in this building. So now is the moment to really get involved and get into the debate. We want to hear your views. So during those World Cafe sessions, make sure you really do get stuck in. I would like to say as well, of course, we have different languages in the room, so make sure you also have your headsets to ensure that you can fully follow all the debate. But now to set the scene and to provide some opening thoughts, I am very delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Robert Fico, who is, of course, the Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic. Welcome to you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll wait so that you have a chance to use the interpretation equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before I will tell you a few ideas on behalf of the Slovak government, allow me to make a short reminder. Or I'd like to say that yesterday in Czech Republic, a very important expert in this area died in Czech Republic. We will mention her name. She dedicated her professional work in the field of nuclear safety. And for that reason, I believe that this is an appropriate forum that Mrs. Drábová, the chairman of the Nuclear Safety Authority in Czech Republic, that we remember her. And I believe it will be symbolic if I ask you for a minute of silence to honor Mrs. Drábová. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Ambassador, please give our condolences to the family and relatives of Madam Chairman. Now allow me to delve into the topic of the 18th Energy Nuclear Forum. I was actually at the beginnings 18 years ago. Maybe some people are unhappy that I'm still here, but I'm very pleased that I'm now in a very different atmosphere compared to the situation 18 years ago. I take the enthusiasm which Madam Moderator expressed at the beginning in relationship with the nuclear energy, but this was not the case before, and you know this very well. We remember decisions where common sense was lacking, and I have to mention a decision when conditions were negotiated about the accession of Slovakia to the EU, and these conditions included the obligation to close 2 nuclear units in Jaslovské Bohunice. They had to be decommissioned. It was in June 2004, and I was scratching my head and asking myself, what are we going to do? And for this reason, to have some documents on the table means to foresee, to predict, and to make decisions for many years ahead. And we decided during our first mandate in the years 2006 until 2010 that the Italian company ENEF, which was the majority shareholder of Slovak electricity, works that we will find supporters to complete 3rd and 4th unit of the nuclear power plant in Mochovce. To be honest, I have to admit, if 2 units were not decommissioned, we would not have the courage and rational reasons to continue the construction in Mochovce. Madam Moderator, they were looking at me as if I was crazy in 2008 when we announced that we would complete Mochovce nuclear power plant. But we knew very well that nuclear energy plays an extremely important role in terms of energy safety. Therefore, I am delighted that today we are celebrating the 18th year of this excellent international event, and we are meeting in the atmosphere when we are talking about nuclear energy with enthusiasm, which is good. When we should talk about energy today, we should not just say whether they are environmentally friendly produced or if they are accessible in terms of price, even though these two factors are important, and I will mention them in my speech. But we also need to talk about sufficient amount of energy. We need to talk about accessibility and stability. And this cannot be achieved without nuclear energy. Let's keep this in mind, and I welcome very much Madam Director General at this event. And I also want to thank the European Commission for changing its attitude to nuclear energy. We have two important programs, the nuclear program from the European Commission from the summer, and we have state aid framework for clean industry. These two documents are very important, and we need them in this period, and they set the stage to make sure that the nuclear alliance, which we have here, that it is viable and that it is guaranteed also in the basic documents of the European Commission and the European Union. This is an organization which we all support and which is struggling with so many issues at the moment. It will be very important that you send from here a very clear message to the world. It will not be possible without nuclear energy, with all the risks which are related, but it won't be possible to do it without nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, some time ago we had a joint meeting of the government with representatives of automotive industry. There is a huge pressure on manufacturing of electric vehicles, which will create pressure on production of electricity in Slovakia. Today we have 5 car manufacturers, and we manufacture more than 1 million cars per year. And there is so much pressure on electromobility, so it is our estimate that our consumption may increase until 2040 by 40 to 60%. And we'll need new sources for this. Moreover, Slovakia, as a country, we have to apply for data centers, and data centers also require a huge amount of electricity. We will also apply for battery storages, and battery storage also requires a lot of electricity. And for this reason, I welcome very much that the 3rd unit has started. The 4th unit, I expect, should be commissioned at the beginning of next year. I thank everybody. This was not an easy task. Mr. Director General, you know how delighted I am when flying above Mochovce in the helicopter, seeing the steam from these chimneys. That was the reason why it was built, and we know how important this is for energy security of Slovakia. Let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce you that on the 10th of September this year, the government signed and approved an interstate agreement between Slovak government and the US government, because we want to use the infrastructure of the nuclear power plant in Jaslovské Bohunice, and we want to build into state ownership. We want to build another nuclear unit. Its output will be higher than 440, which we have. It should be a unit with the output more than 1,000 megawatts. I believe that this is a step which will be important not just for Slovakia, but it will be important for the whole Europe, especially for Central Europe. And if everybody says that one day it will cost a lot of effort, after the war, when the relationships will be defined in a new way, this decision will play an important role in this region. Someone may ask a question: why are we going in a way of diversification. Why are we looking for cooperation in other markets? We tried to cooperate with South Korea, but there were some issues. But it's a matter of fact that the most probable scenario is that on the basis of an agreement which we would like to sign with the US government, even though it has been already agreed on the US side, will be a cooperation with an American contractor. But we'll welcome if the US contractor will create a consortium with other entities. I understand that France would like to participate, and there are other manufacturers who could participate in this huge multi-billion project. Slovakia is a country which is able not just to build nuclear power plants. Madam Director General saw yesterday in Mochovce how units 3 and 4 are being completed. The third was completed, now we're talking about the fourth unit. And nobody can question the fact that we have people who are capable of building nuclear power plants, which is a fantastic thing. But that's not all. We are a country which is also interesting because we are able to decommission nuclear power plants. We can even remove the consequences of nuclear stories from 1970s. I don't want to talk about nuclear accidents, but let's say the story, as we talk about hard stories, let's talk about nuclear stories. I need to praise myself a bit, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to decommissioning of Jaslovské Bohunice, what we achieved there. In the summer, for instance, there was a de-assembly of the biggest parts of the primary cycle. It's very important that contaminated concrete was removed from those pools where burnt fuel was stored. There were some other parts which had to be cleaned, and then we started to de-assemble all these huge facilities and cleaning. There were 4,300 tons of contaminated material with 98% efficiency, which is a huge success. I believe that the decommissioning program in Jaslovské Bohunice is a program for the whole world, and we need to use it to maximum amount. We need to train as many people as possible, because also in this cycle, in this part of nuclear cycle, we need to be successful. For this reason, thank you very much. Thank you to the Commission for the cooperation at this demanding project. And I'd like to call upon all interested parties or all entities who are responsible for decommissioning in Jaslovské Bohunice to use this project to improve the good reputation of Slovakia, and especially to show that we are an advanced country and we are actually one of the leaders, I could say one of the world leaders in the field of nuclear energy, even though we're a small country which only has 5.5 million inhabitants. And that's not all. We are a country which is interested in being an innovative country. I welcome the agreement which was signed by Javis company, which is the nuclear and decommissioning company, with Nucleo company in Italy. I was present at the signing of respective agreements. And it's not just the fact that we are interested in creating these small modular reactors or doing some innovative events. For me, the most interesting project of this collaboration is to create a center to process burnt fuel and to prepare it for reuse. If we manage to do this, I can say again that we'll be a leader in innovations, and I'm looking forward to the cooperation. Thank you very much for coming to this event, and thank you for supporting it with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning I was talking about common sense. And I expressed the hope that the ideology will not make decisions anymore about things which are very important for us. There's one unfortunate document on the table called Repower EU. I don't need to hide, Madam Director General, because you all know my opinion when it comes to Repower. It's a complete nonsense. When it comes to gas and when it comes to oil, we're just shooting into our own knee, and I am prepared to quarrel with the European Commission at a 24-hour basis. To constructively, I will try to convince them that this is a nonsensical ideological step. Please, do not look with the pro-Russian glasses at the reality. If you put away these glasses, you can take more rational decisions. The biggest danger, Madam Director General, is when nuclear fuel will be included into the document. And what would happen if someone says that we cannot take nuclear fuel from Russian Federation anymore? What would happen? Well, I believe we all agree that you cannot put anything, stick anything into the reactor, you know, any stick. So it requires, I'm not an expert, but I know at least that you cannot put into Mercedes, you cannot put an engine from Skoda, you know, it doesn't work like this. If this happens, you will threaten energy security, energy safety of the EU. On the other side, United States of America, don't they take a lot of enriched uranium from Russian Federation? Well, there is no ideology there, and it doesn't work. But here, we're putting ideology into our decisions which endanger us. And therefore, as Madam Director General, I'm openly saying that we will never agree with repowering when it comes to 1st of January 2028. What I mean is gas mainly. And we will never agree with the fact that we adopt decisions which would damage energy security. And today we produce in Slovakia more than 60% electricity from nuclear energy. And we're a country which is important from this point of view, not only for Slovak territory. It's also important in terms of stability of this whole region. As I said, it's not just the question of environment, prices, it also concerns accessibility and stability of energy supplies. Madam Director General, I use your presence here and I'd like to ask you, let's work on energy prices together, please. Because in Europe, we can do what we need for ourselves. How should we compete? What should we tell our manufacturers, companies in Slovakia, why our electricity price is higher compared to the United States? Well, let's not compare ourselves with China. Someone may say that Chinese standards in terms of environment are not as they are in Europe. But how should we compete? Please, due to these ideological decisions, let's not damage the European Union so that we do not prosper. And for this reason, the prices of energy. What are we going to do about automotive industry? What will be our attitude to repowering? What shall we do with the nuclear energy? These are important issues and not sanctions or whether we like something or don't like something. Let's just make order at home. Let's be successful. Let's make out of the EU the place where people have best lives. In 2010, Lisbon strategy was supposed to be performed. If I'm mistaken when it comes to the year, please correct me, but it was stated in Lisbon strategy that in 2010, Europe, or European Union, will be the best place in the world to live when it comes to quality of life and everything. In 2010, and I was already the Prime Minister, and we found out that we were not the best place. Then we took the Lisbon strategy and we threw it away to the basket. Then there was Agenda 2020, I believe, and the result is the same. Now we are setting ourselves incredible energy objectives. I'm waiting for the decisions of the summit when it comes to the combustion engines and the ban of combustion engines until 2035. And I just believe that European Union, European Commission will do it differently than we've done it so far. And we will not adopt goals which are not realistic and which harm us. Slovakia is and wants to be a stable member of the European Union. Slovakia wants to contribute to make sure the EU is a successful project. But Slovakia is not the country which will be silent, in spite of the fact that some people might consider us to be small and weak. But once again, Slovakia is not a country which will be silent. We have our government concept of a sovereign Slovak foreign policy, and this concept allows us to name things openly and clearly. And therefore, please, if I said something in my speech which could be disturbing for someone, the only reason why I said it is that this is how I approach all topics I have to face. And to be honest, in the past period, there are so many issues. Dear participants of the 18th European Nuclear Energy Forum, please use the opportunities that this forum gives you. Use it to the maximum extent. As I said at the beginning, I'll be happy if at least one sentence will be spread, one message will be spread. Without nuclear energy, it won't be possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Premiér, ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Aby sme sa mohli venovať všetkým otázkam priebehu dnešného dňa. Teraz by som chcela privítať pri pódiu v mene premiéra Fialu, veľvyslanca Českej republiky na Slovensku, pána Indra.
Dobré ráno, vážený pane předsedo vlády.
Prime Minister, government members, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend the sincere apologies of Prime Minister Petr Fiala of the Czech Republic, who unfortunately was unable to come to Bratislava due to the recent parliamentary election and the ongoing post-election negotiations. I am pleased that we had the honor to welcome Minister Lukáš Vlček to yesterday dinner. And now allow me to conduct the Prime Minister's speech for you. I would like to extend my thanks to our hosts for their warm welcome for the 18th European Nuclear Energy Forum. It is truly fitting that this regular event is held alternately in our two so close countries in the heart of Central and Eastern Europe, among friends and partners who share the same commitment to a secure and prosperous energy future. Today, I want to talk about more than just nuclear technology. I want to talk about political will, about partnership, about the shared conviction that will drive Europe forward in the coming decades. When we look at our two nations, Czechia and Slovakia, we see a bond forged not only by history but also by a shared vision for energy. Our journey into nuclear energy began decades ago, and it has served as well. Today, our lens on nuclear power is a testament to its reliability and importance. In Czechia, our nuclear power plants at Dukovany and Temelín are the backbone of our energy grid, providing a stable low-carbon baseload. Similarly, in Slovakia, the plants at Jaslovské Bohunice and Mochoce play a vital role in our energy mix. Both our countries have understood for years that nuclear energy is not just a source of electricity, it is a strategic asset. This is a point we must not take for granted. At a time of geopolitical instability, our nuclear fleets increase energy independence and resilience. They provide the stable, affordable power that fuels our industries, powers our homes, and keeps our economies competitive. This is why our governments are fully committed to expanding our nuclear capacity. In Czechia, our plans to build 2 and perspectively even 4 new large nuclear units are not a mere technological ambition, but a political statement of intent. It is a long-term strategy with cross-party support, a rare but crucial consensus that signals to the world that we are serious about this path. Ladies and gentlemen, since last European Nuclear Energy Forum, we have achieved progress also in small modular reactors in the Czech Republic. First, the only nuclear operator ČEZ acquired 20% stake in Rolls-Royce small modular reactors, which signals strong trust in the technology and willingness to be part of the European small modular reactor supply chain. Later, the same technology was endorsed when Great British Nuclear Company selected solely Rolls-Royce small modular reactor as their preferred design to build 3 small modular reactors in UK. Other potential small modular reactor investors are considering precising their plans. The Czech Republic is implementing the small modular reactor roadmap. This was adopted back in 2023 and has amended this legislation to be fit for small modular reactors and is actively involved in international activities. Our national projects provide us with invaluable experience. The construction of the 5th and 6th unit at Dukovany and the completion of Mochovce in Slovakia have shown them that no nuclear project is easy, but usually they are demanding and full of challenges, sometimes hard to predict. There are tough contract negotiations, state notifications, or legal battles concluded by court decisions, like recently in the case of PAX-2. Despite all obstacles, it is important to persevere because once a nuclear power plant is operational, there is difficult to find better and more reliable source of electricity and heat as well. We must learn from these experiences and not use them for short-term political gains and games. I know that today's program includes, among others, roundtables focused on financing and supply chains, and afternoon panel on the safe operation and modernization of existing plants. All these topics are key for us in Czechia. According to different EU member states, projections and plans, this trend will continue with more nuclear reactors undergoing the life extension and/or power upgrades. However, these projects demand extensive operational resources and strict regulatory oversight to guarantee that the highest safety standards are met. The recently shared new version of Commission's Nuclear Research Program provides us with a comprehensive and factual assessment of investment needs. It is a roadmap that guides us not only in our commitment to large-scale projects, but also in our embrace of innovation, which we will discuss at the forum, such as small modular reactors, advanced modular reactors, microreactors, and even nuclear fusion. This future is also about our industries. The Czech and Slovak engineering and industrial sectors have a long and proud history of working in the nuclear field. It is absolutely essential that we leverage this expertise and integrate our companies into the European and global nuclear supply chain, ensuring that the benefits of new projects are widely shared. This is what we discuss and plan with our Korean partners. To achieve all these, we need a supportive and predictable European legislative and financial environment. The upcoming multi-annual financial framework for 2028 up to 2034 must treat nuclear energy as an equal low-carbon source which is equal to the renewables. If we want to be cost-effective and ensure energy security and decarbonization, we cannot afford discriminatory policies that stifle investment. We must work together as with the European Nuclear Alliance to ensure the conditions are technology neutral, fair, transparent, and encouraging for all. From this European Nuclear Energy Forum, I expect actionable recommendations, policymakers, a tangible political push to align budgets and tools, and clear follow-up commitments that shareholders can convert into pilot projects and bilateral cooperation, including intensified Czech-Slovak nuclear partnership, so that the next year's forum in Prague can report measurable progress rather than good intentions. In closing, I would like to say that the energy transformation is not a sprint. It is a marathon that requires determination, patience, and shared commitments. Our joint work at the European Nuclear Energy Forum is a proof of this. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend a cordial invitation to the next European Nuclear Energy Forum, which will be held in Prague next year. We look forward to continuing the discussion from this year's forum, and I believe that together we will advance European nuclear energy even further. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful and productive forum. Peter Fiala, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic.
I will use the opportunity. I want to thank Mr. Fico for remembering Mrs. Drábová. She was actually along with me during my diplomatic career, and she was of big help. And I am very glad that she was perceived like in Slovakia, and we will all miss her. Thank you.
Republic for the passing of Mrs. Dapova, who was highly respected and appreciated across the community. I would also like to thank Prime Minister Fico for hosting us here in Bratislava at the National Council of the Slovak Republic. It's a historic setting which is befitting for the discussions today, which comes at a historic moment for Europe with historic challenges, as the Prime Minister has set out. Our societies face three major challenges in particular, and energy policy and nuclear are critical in addressing the challenges and finding the best possible response for Europe. Now, first of all, we are challenged to our competitiveness, as Prime Minister Fico set out. We must address that, and we must be able to deliver clean, affordable energy for our industries and our citizens. It's a precondition for reigniting growth, preserving our social cohesion, and remaining competitive and innovative as societies. And then, of course, there is no competitiveness without security. We need to make sure that we build energy security, and we have seen over these last years that a security based on dependence on Russian supplies is no real security. So we do need to end that exposure to blackmail and the risks that come with it, but we do need to make sure that we end that exposure, that we do the phasing out in a smart way. I welcome the very close cooperation with your government to help make sure that we complement the measures to phase out dependence on Russia with the necessary actions together, both with the European Commission, but also with countries in the region to address any obstacles that are there. And then the third challenge is, of course, our climate. We know that our climate changes are a risk to our security, so the energy transition is absolutely necessary for that, and therefore also a necessary condition for our competitiveness and our security. And as the Czech ambassador has said, it's a marathon. We need to engage in it cleverly, we need urgent action, but we need action that is also strategic and that takes into account the challenges to our competitiveness and our security. Now, we know that these challenges can only be addressed with nuclear as part of the energy mix. We have made it very clear from the European side in our forecast for how to get to a clean energy system, to a clean economy by 2050, nuclear must be part of that mix. It is even more important in what is this electrified future. You mentioned data centers and other industries that are electrifying, and so the need for nuclear in that mix is critical. And we know that that is, of course, for the energy sector, but it is also important for other parts of our economy. It's important for our health systems, for radioisotopes. It's important for our innovation, and innovation is necessary to stay competitive. It is, of course, also a vital employer, providing skilled jobs to engineers, scientists, technicians, among many others. I saw for myself yesterday in Mahotse the impressive work that is carried out by colleagues there. So, as a result of that, as a reflection of that reality, the need for nuclear, more than about half of European Union member states have nuclear as a pillar of their energy system, and the other half typically includes imports power generated by nuclear, and so across the European Union, nuclear is part of our energy mix. We have seen in the national energy and climate plans of member states that the plans for adding new installed nuclear capacity is also set to increase. And here we've seen a clear lead from Slovakia, both with the fourth reactor being added very, very soon in Mohotce. We have seen on the decommissioning the experience gained there, the lessons learned, and the impressive approaches at Bohunice. We have heard about the intention to add further gigawatts in cooperation with international partners, and then, of course, the cooperation on small modular reactors that is coming ahead. So a very clear example of how to approach the challenge and the need for nuclear in our energy system. What I would like to say a bit more about is what can we do at the level of Europe. And first of all, we know that we need significant investments. In order to gain clarity of what are the investments needed, within what time frame, and for what purposes, we recently launched what is called the PINK report, so the forecast of nuclear investments needed in our system. In that, we identified more or less a need of 240 billion euro between now and 2050 for generation and new technologies alone. So this doesn't, of course, cover the cost for grids, interconnectors, storage, and the energy system upgrades that are also necessary. So nuclear alone, 240 billion, and in addition to that will come the newer technologies, small modular reactors, and advanced modular reactors, micro-reactors, and fusion technologies that will require further investments. Now, we also know that in order to achieve these levels of investments, we require both public and private sourcing, and in particular, private investors need to step up and step in. What we are trying to do in Europe is to make sure that we de-risk as much as possible, that we provide as much clarity as possible around the investment climate so as to attract the necessary private investment. And I would be glad to say more about that in our discussion. The second point I wanted to point to is that of supply chains. We know that we need to strengthen our supply chains, make them more resilient, and strengthen the European component of our supply chain. We know that the supply chain has already a pronounced domestic character. There are impressive initiatives ongoing across the European Union. We manufacture already all the components, or almost all the components that are needed for nuclear installations in the EU. But we can also see that the supply chain has contracted. It has focused more on maintenance and upgrades over the last decades. And with the plans for new large-scale reactors and small modular reactors, we are going to need to make sure that we have a supply chain that can make us competitive there and bring a strong European component also in the new build. For that, of course, we need long-term commitments, we need greater standardization, we need enhanced cooperation. We have, among other things, put in place a new state aid framework for clean energy, for clean industry, that makes it very, very clear that investments into nuclear are very much part of that future. Now, one important aspect of the supply chain is, of course, enriched uranium. If you look at that at global level, there is a too high dependence on few suppliers. Russia, in particular, has a very strong role in global enriched uranium. We in Europe come from a strong position. We have enriched uranium in Europe. We have more investments coming forward. But of course, before we fundamentally change or make suggestions to change and diversify, we must make sure that we are ready. We must do it in a way that facilitates and makes room for and incentivizes European investments for strong European supply chains, also in enriched uranium. That work is ongoing, and it's important to let that work take its course, to cooperate, to be proactive, so that we don't take decisions without being ready for those decisions. We are, of course, also working to strengthen our production of medical radioisotopes, another area where dependence is problematic and a challenge, and for that we have the European Radioisotopes Valley initiatives. And I mention that because even those countries that don't have nuclear generation as part of their power mix, they will rely on radioisotopes, and so there's a strong common public interest across the European Union. And the final topic I wanted to outline here from a European perspective is, of course, that of innovation. Only through innovation will we remain competitive and strengthen Europe and European growth and jobs. We know that innovative technologies like small modular reactors or fusion represent the next generation of nuclear power. And we know that in Europe, across Europe, there is a lot of activity ongoing. There's research and innovation, there are startups, a vibrant community across the European Union that can be part of the development of small modular reactors and advanced modular reactors. But we also know that the market size of individual member states does not actually necessarily match the production volumes and the needs there, what is necessary for economies at scale. And so we need to cooperate across the European Union, across startups. We need to share research results. We need to share data. We need to analyze together so that we can build a genuinely competitive supply chain for SMRs as well. So a coordinated approach is necessary, and cooperation is necessary, and that's part of the driver for our small modular reactor strategy that will be coming forward in a not too distant future to help give a push and incentivize the development of small modular reactors across the technologies. A number of member states, 13 to be precise, have endorsed that innovative nuclear technologies, small modular reactors, fusion, medical applications, constitute important projects of common European interest, and giving them that seal of approval, that brand, will help facilitate work, including for public support and state aid clearance. We in the Commission are supportive of this initiative. We would like to help create a true European ecosystem for nuclear innovation in Europe and look forward to cooperating with all of you on that. There are many other things I could have mentioned, a lot of work ongoing on nuclear energy in the European Commission and across the European Union, but I do look forward to listening into today's conference, to discussing with more of you, giving us all food for thought, reflection, sharing our experience so that we are ready to act and work together to fulfill the potential of nuclear power in a competitive, secure and sustainable Europe. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, by cooperating on investment, by cooperating on supply chains, innovation and more, we can bring real value added to the nuclear sector from Europe for a secure, competitive and decarbonized energy system. And once again, thank you to Slovakia for hosting us, and thank you for the lead that I witnessed myself yesterday in a very, very interesting day and set of visits to Mohavce and Bohunice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General. If you'd like to take a seat just at the end, because we're going to kick off our next panel very shortly, but I would just like to take a moment to thank the Prime Minister for attending. He does need to leave, but thank you very much. It's been very important to have your views, and I do appreciate the time you've spent with us this morning, so thank you. So, in this next session, we are going to be moving on and looking at the various shades of pink, because that, of course, is the Nuclear Illustrative Programme, the 8th edition released in the summer. And in particular, during this high-level plenary session, we're going to be focusing on the need for stable investment. And we've heard already during the speeches this morning about how so much oil needs to be poured into parts of the nuclear machine to get it all running smoothly. And of course, investment is a key part of that. So please do welcome my other panelists to the stage. First of all, Daniel Levica, who is the State Secretary for the National Nuclear Programme, the Office of the Prime Minister from Slovenia. Welcome to you, Daniel. Also, Bajba Mitrovica, you know her well if you've attended this conference. She is the president of the 10 section for the European Economic and Social Committee. Welcome to you, Bajba. Also, welcome today, Keisuke Sadamori, Director of Energy Markets and Security from the International Energy Agency. Welcome. Branislav Strajček, who's the CEO of Slovenské elektrárne. Welcome to you. And Stefano Buono, who's the CEO of Nucleo. Welcome to you as well, Stefano. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Now, we're going to start this session with a short opening statement, really focusing on what you see as the vision ahead, the challenges, particularly when it comes to investment, but more broadly, what the Nuclear Illustrative Programme has thrown up. So, Daniel, if you would like to start first, I'll be most grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited to share the plans of Slovenia. I see it very timely and necessary to share our thoughts and plans in order to get to common policies, especially on nuclear. We live in exceptional times with unprecedented level of innovation in nuclear, calling it Generation 3, Generation 3 Plus, large nuclear reactors, small modular reactors, advanced modular reactors, and also fusion. What we are seeing now is a development we haven't seen in decades. But a few words about Slovenia and our plans. We have more than 40 years of experience in nuclear production. We operate a nuclear power plant in a very unique model. co-owned 50-50 between two states, Slovenia and Croatia. It's been a success story until now, and I'm pretty sure it will be also in the future. We have been able to develop our nuclear infrastructure that for a 2 million nation is quite an achievement, and this gives us a possibility to think about nuclear and our future plans. We feel privileged to be one of the 33 countries that in the world, a special club that harnesses nuclear and gains this firm, stable power, and also we gain on competitiveness of our industry. Plus, of course, also for it's beneficial also for the households. Last year, in March, our Parliament took a decision, a resolution on peaceful use of nuclear energy, with a 90% vote to decarbonize our energy systems with a combination of nuclear and renewables. Now, this is now the mandate of this government. Now, geostrategically, reasoning for nuclear in the EU is, in my opinion, more than obvious. Slovenia, we live in a region that is energy importing. So we are dependent on imports. It's also on the case of the European Union, the resources, the energy resources are scarce. So limited oil, limited gas. So at least on energy, electricity, we should strive for being as self-sufficient as possible. This is, in my opinion, it's a strategical imperative. Therefore, there is a need for a pragmatic European strategy for secure, clean, competitive, and firm electricity at scale. Nuclear and renewables together. Now, what we are seeing in Asia and elsewhere, we see that China is building half of the new nuclear power plants are being built in China. On the other hand, Russia is expanding its exporting capabilities. So things are moving, but in the Western world, we should not run away from the difficulties with execution of our nuclear projects. So focus on supply chains, workforce, knowledge, and finance. This will be crucial in order to make our projects on time and on budget. So need for a firm political support is more than necessary, and in this respect, PINK is a right step and a step in the right direction. Timing is good, important subjects are being addressed. The thing that it might be improved is not to use only the forecasts, what has been seen in the national energy plans, but to make them as targets. Financial viability, this is the only point that I will touch from the problematic part. So nuclear investments are multi-generational. This is a different kind of animal, different kind of beast than the other energy sources. So more than 60 plus year investments. So this is beyond corporate planning. There is no other way but to involve governments, to involve and to involve also super institutions like European Commission in this respect. Now, in the current state, all renewables and nuclear, they need state supports. Unfortunately, in our opinion, in my opinion, it's mostly because of the market that we have at the moment. So energy-only markets, they do not value all the services that nuclear is bringing to the society, and I mean things like inertia at the system, reactive power, stability to the system, and so forth. So in any case, technological neutrality in all EU strategic documents and action plans are going to be necessary. evolving markets to value services the system needs, so dispatchability and inertia and so on. And Slovenia is ready to do its part. So we have the experience, the ecosystem, and democratic backing to proceed nuclear alongside renewables. And if Europe provides firm political support, nuclear investments will be steady, affordable, and also European. That is how we secure energy, competitiveness, and climate goals together. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That's great opening remarks. Thank you. Obviously, communication work still needs to be done with certain classes of investors, bond market in particular, I probably would argue. But let me move on to Beba now. Daniel said, look, it's a step in the right direction, Pink. What's your take on the nuclear illustrative program that's just been released?
Thank you so much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests and friends. It is also a privilege for European Economic and Social Committee, voice of civil society organization, to be represented here in this ENEF forum. Yes, it's true. Actually, we are working at the moment on a nuclear illustrative program, and previously we were talking and working a lot on radio isotypes, as Madam Commissioner also mentioned. And actually, we were working a lot also on radioactive waste management, and this has been one of the civil society, one of the main concern, how to embed and how to better engage a civil society in discussions regarding the waste management. Waste is not only a technical challenge, it is also a societal issue that touches upon our collective future. And we had the opinion on radioactive waste management, civil society perspective recently adopted. We advocate for member states to utilize available funding to enhance the capacity of civil society groups, particularly those in communities near nuclear installations, enabling them to participate independently in projects and studies assessing participation and transparency. Our collaboration with European Commission, notably with DG Energy, and also Director General for Research and Innovation, has been instrumental also to go further of civil society engagement. We are also part of EUROD 2, and we are more and more engaged. As I mentioned, we are working currently on nuclear illustrative program, as it is not yet adopted by the plenary session. I think more ideas will come out a bit later on this year. I call upon all stakeholders, governments, industry representatives, academia and civil society to renew their commitment to transparency, inclusivity and collaboration. And from civil society perspective, I think we need to work together to develop solutions that are not only technically feasible, but also socially acceptable and environmentally just.
Okay, thank you very much for those remarks, Beba. Much appreciated. And I'm going to bring in Case K now from the International Energy Agency to get the IEA's perspective on what we're facing ahead. So please do take the microphone.
Thank you, and thank you for including the IEA in this the very important conference. So our executive director, Dr. Fatih Birol, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, predicted a significant comeback of the nuclear energy, and it's good to see that it is actually happening. As many countries reevaluated not only the low emissions, but also the energy security contributions from the nuclear technology. Now, the global nuclear power generation is set to hit a record high this year, 2025, and continue increasing in next year, 2026. Under the guidance of Dr. Fatih Birol, the IEA has consistently pointed out the role of nuclear energy should make for achieving secure, affordable, and sustainable energy systems, even long before the current momentum around this technology emerged. The IEA produced 3 nuclear reports in the past 6 years, in 2019, 22, and 25. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Slovak Republic for its strong support and the contributions to this series of IEA work on nuclear energy. Even when when we produced the first report in 2018 to 19, at that time the support for nuclear was much weaker globally, but nonetheless, Slovakia expressed very clear and strong support to our work on this technology. The IEA regularly undertakes the member countries' energy policy reviews, and the energy policy review that we released last year, 2024, praises progress that the Slovak Republic made in reaching its climate and energy goals owing to its low-emission electricity systems with nuclear, hydropower, and other renewables combined, meeting around 85% of the country's the electricity demand. And the IEA report highlights the central role that the nuclear technology plays in the country's long-term decarbonization strategy, as well as in ensuring the energy security. So let me very roughly summarize the past nuclear reports by the IEA. The key findings are that the first, the lifetime extensions of the existing nuclear power plant is the cheapest low-carbon electricity, even considering the declines of the drastic cost declines in wind and solar. Doubling nuclear would be crucial for achieving net zero emissions in a secure and cost-effective way. Of course, many people are talking about tripling, but it's not much different because you need to double in order to triple. So the renewed momentum behind this nuclear power is heavily reliant currently on Chinese and the Russian technologies. However, the nuclear capacity in advanced economies, they could grow by over 40% to 2050. Helping to meet the energy security and emission goals, and that will be spurred by the new projects in Europe, US, Japan, and Korea. But for this, significant challenges must be addressed, including delivering the new projects on time and on budget, determining the effective financing method for new nuclear projects, and maintaining reliable and diverse supply chains for the constructions and fuel. The SMRs, we were talking about SMRs a lot, and this is attracting global interest due to their low upfront costs, reduced project financing risks, and the potential safety and the waste advantages. The future of SMRs will depend on whether the government support, innovation, and new business models can reduce their costs efficiently, effectively. The regulations should be internationally harmonized to take advantage of the cost reduction benefit from the mass production of the reactors. Now, leveraging the opportunities presented by nuclear energy necessitates comprehensive strategies by governments, of course. And this should include the developing a high-skilled workforce, the fostering innovation, and the implementing de-risking mechanisms for the investments, providing direct financial support, and establishing robust, transparent nuclear safety regulations accompanied by provisions for decommissioning and the waste management. And finally, the other important factor is the power market designs that appreciate the security and sustainability contributions by this technology. The IEA is now working on a new report on the electricity market designs, and we plan to release that at the end of November. I would like to stop here. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Keisuke, for clearly outlining the challenges ahead, of course, including making sure those projects are really on time and on budget, and those transparent and effective supply chains. So thank you very much. Well, I'd like to bring in Branislav now, CEO of Slovenské elektrárny, for your thoughts on what's ahead.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and share my views on the future of the nuclear industry. There is no doubt that we are living again the period of renaissance which we had here before Fukushima happened. I hope that, first of all, we as operators will not cause any troubles to the industry, and it's first our responsibility to operate safely our power plants, because there cannot be a problem in whichever part of the world in order not to jeopardize these good times we are living. We are the utility which in the last 20 years is one of the few which in last 20 years commissioned the nuclear reactor and connected it to the grid. So let me share some practical obstacles of further development of the industry. There is no doubt, and I think we share it all here, that it is needed, that nuclear is part of the energy mix for all the reasons which were already mentioned. But how to make it happen? You know, there are at least 3 obstacles which I see which needs to be overcome. The first one is the lengthy and long-lasting permitting process in Europe. You know, you cannot count less than 5 years to realize the environmental impact assessment and get the construction permit before you start even to dig into the ground. And then you need at least 10 years to construct the power plant. So in 15 years, the market will change at least 3 times. And therefore, to expect the private investor to take a decision without any guarantees from the governments, it's a very difficult call to make. On the other hand, when the local governments takes the bold decision to construct and support the construction and the new sources with so-called CFDs, which is currently the valid and approved model, the countries are taking the financial risk going forward. So the power plant which is constructed in Slovakia is decreasing the power price in Germany, Czech Republic, Hungary and Balkans, while all the bill is paid by Slovaks. And therefore small countries like ours have a big difficulty to make that bold decision to go into the construction, because the current market price is absolutely not supporting the new builds, because are far below the costs which you realize during the construction. And therefore, in my opinion, these supporting schemes should be looked at from the European level rather than from the country level. Because just on the example of Slovakia, if we imagine that we start now the new construction and the price would remain where it is today, roughly at 80-90 euros per megawatt hour, and we complete new power plant in 15 years from now, the Slovaks would have to pay roughly 800 million support every year to finance the construction after 15 years when it is put in operation, which means roughly 30 euros per megawatt hour for the end user's price, which is absolutely not sustainable. So this is one of the obstacles, in my opinion, that we shouldn't solve this problem country by country, because the small countries which are nuclear, we have heard Slovenia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, who have experience and have the ecosystem to build new plants can do it. And actually what has happened during the crisis, we have seen it. Europe spent 700 billion euros just until the end of 2023 for supporting the high electricity, heat and gas prices. Dears, for this money, we could have built capacity of nuclear which would replace all the fossil fuels in Europe, and we would have the energy for 100 years, because that's what more or less is today expected lifetime of the nuclear power plants. Instead, countries like Norway, US, Indonesia, Morocco benefited from importing us high-priced nuclear energy sources. So we should learn from these mistakes and for the future hopefully invest on the European-wide basis rather than in-debt ourselves even more when the new crisis will come, which for sure will come. And the last thing and the last obstacle which I see in deploying nuclear effectively in Europe is the human capital. We have just commissioned the Unit 3, and we are about to, as the Prime Minister said, at the beginning of the next year, we're supposed to commission the Unit 4, hopefully. The human capital is a vital problem. We couldn't work the weekends and we couldn't work during the nights. That's why the construction takes so much time, because you don't have the people who would be able and who would be willing to work. The young generation, unfortunately, all the youngs wants to be YouTubers and influencers rather than technicians. So it's up to us, the older generation, to make the nuclear attractive and make them understand that's where the future is. We have a good examples in Slovakia. 20-25 years back, the nuclear engineering graduates counted for more than 100 graduates a year. Currently, we are in single digits. And this is not sustainable if, in case we want to further develop the nuclear energy. So that's
Thank you very much. Imagine if you could turn all those nail technicians across Europe into nuclear technicians and really redeploy female capital. That would be something. That's what the first thing springs to mind, because you're absolutely right. There's just not that vision of what opportunities that there are ahead. Thank you very much. So now please do welcome Stefano Bueno, who's the CEO of Nucleo, to give his opening remarks.
Thank you. I'm here perhaps to represent all of the small companies that are flourishing in Europe today. When we started the company 4 years ago, there were only 5. Now I think that there are tens of them. And we have seen in these past 4 years really a lot of excitement. We have seen a number of countries in Europe supporting nuclear from 0 to 15. We have seen the European Commission starting really to underline how important is nuclear in the energy balance of Europe, also for energy independence, because with regards to baseload power, nuclear is really the only possibility to have independent power. But in spite of this excitement, and also a lot of money getting invested because of this excitement, I see now a moment of real problems for Europe. I make you an example. The budget of the European Union for nuclear has been about 1 billion. In US, the first 3 companies that are supported by the government receive 4 billion of subsidies, and they are accessing a 50% tax credit on their investment, not research investment, actual investment. How can Europe compare? We have essentially, we have the SMR Alliance that has been created, but this is kind of a voluntary group of people, 350 companies that get together to support the industry. But what is the money for this alliance? 0. Today, we don't have money for power generation in nuclear. We have only money for research. And the money for research, I am afraid, is going to be the same that in the past, because the expansion of the budget is there, possibly, is being proposed, but this expansion will be taken by fusion. So a real for real research, not really for the industry we need now. So honestly, I think the burden of the nuclear development is continuing to be put only on countries. And every country has its own policy. Every country possibly is looking first at a development is based on public decision and public money. And the category that I represent, the one of the companies, is not thriving, has not the possibility of thrive like it is doing in US. In US, we are seeing billions being invested, tens of billions being invested by private money. We have seen some a few years ago, but now the money invested in private is 0 because there is no confidence of the investors or the future of these private startups to thrive into Europe. So I'm sorry to say, I'm a little bit more pessimistic than last year or the year before, but this is a reality we have to face and we have to fight against this.
Okay, thank you so much for that input. So just a couple of figures that have been mentioned already in the presentations. 700 billion of support to lower gas prices during that crisis. Yet we're only getting 1 billion currently in terms of real support for nuclear development in the European Union, compared to the United States spending 4 billion on just 3 startup projects. So, Director General, what is the role here of the European Commission? Because clearly there is real frustration that not enough is happening. There's a talk of cooperation, not enough action, not enough financial backing.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very rich comments that have been made in the beginning of this discussion. Maybe just to pick up on a couple of those, and then be specific about what have we done in Europe, what are we going to do, and where do we need to work together to do even more. You made the point, Daniel, that Europe is an energy importing continent. And that's a reality that we have to address. And again, nuclear is a necessary part of addressing that. You also referred to the number of countries across the world that are part of the nuclear generating countries. What I think is interesting is that Europe represents, I think, more than a third of those countries. So a very, very significant share, which is a great foundation for doing more, investing more, and for actually taking leadership. The potential is there, so it is up to us and you to try to build on that. And then the fact that, as others have said, it's a multi-generational. The investments are so long that they are multi-generational in nature. For that reason, I'm very glad to see one of our young energy ambassadors here today having joined the meeting. In order for us to have skills, we do need to make it attractive and interesting. We need to have an open and constructive conversation and analysis about nuclear and about the interests of nuclear for our societies and all the different technologies. So maybe a couple of words about what we have done over the last few years, and then a bit about what we have ahead of us, but also where we would agree that there are more challenges and we need to step up our efforts in Europe. Now, the first one, what you will have seen over the last few years, is a significant shift in the overall regulatory framework that captures clean energy in all its forms. So whether that is the state aid framework, whether it's the electricity market design and the scope for contract for difference as the simplest means to provide state aid, whether it's the Net Zero Industrial Act and the specific rules and benefits that net zero industries can draw on, all of those include nuclear in a completely different way from what we've seen before. So a much more conducive regulatory framework for nuclear investments and technologies. And of course, that needs to be implemented by member states in their state aid and pricing schemes, and by us in the European Union, including to make sure that we facilitate where facilitation is needed. Now, those are just some of the examples of what we've been doing over the last few years. Now, if I look ahead just at the coming few months, we will be coming out with a grids package. And again, in order to ensure investments into nuclear, there needs to be long-term certainty that there will actually be grids and an energy system for offtake, and that there will be a demand for offtake. So our grids package will be important. The clean industrial deal is important because that's about the electrification and the offtake. We are doing work on permitting, both permitting in the energy sector, but also a more general simplification of permitting in order to save time, also when it comes to the administrative barriers currently there for nuclear. And then, of course, for predictability, we need to know what are the investments needed and how do we get there. The pink report, the nuclear illustrative report, is important, and I would like to thank the Economic and Social Committee, because you have a treaty-based, absolutely critical role in relation to the nuclear illustrative program that you're currently carrying out, and we look very much forward to hearing the ideas that are ongoing as part of our engagement with civil society and with the European Union at large. Now, the other important initiative that's coming forward to follow up on that is an investment strategy, and I can tell you that the author from within DG Energy is here today exactly to listen and to make sure that all the contributions, the exchanges, the considerations that will be relevant for investment into nuclear will be directly integrated into that ongoing work. Now, as regards the financial support, there were questions around the European budget. And I think maybe the first point is a more general point, but it is important to have that context clear, is that the European Union budget is a very small share of the overall GDP. And so it's a very different approach to spending and financing compared to the US, where the federal budget is significantly larger. That is a reality we have to operate within. The way we approach it in relation to nuclear is both that that the multi-annual financial framework that will cover the 7 years ahead, that foresees a significant increase of investment into energy infrastructure, highly relevant for nuclear as part of the electrification. It also foresees a very strong research component in the program, and of course nuclear is very much part of that component, and I hope that will both be fusion but also other new technologies, so I do share the consideration on that. So as much as possible you will see a strengthened financial framework for nuclear. But a lot of it, of course, because of the small size of the common European budget, a lot of that will have to be national spending. And that's why we have upgraded and simplified and improved the state aid rules so that governments that want to provide support, either through contracts for difference or price schemes, price support for industry, for offtake and for decarbonization of their energy input, that is simpler and hopefully will also be faster in future. We're certainly working to make that faster. So I think from a budget perspective, from a financing perspective, when it comes to the public side, it's important to simply recognize that that's the nature of our budget. It's a combination of European and national. What we try to do is also to make it easier for member states to do the necessary spending. So I think those were the main points I wanted to pick up now, but so many points have been raised. Yeah. I look forward to continuing the discussion.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dieter. And Stefano, what do you make of what the Director General has been saying? What other support do you think could come perhaps more swiftly, or what other kind of alliances could you develop to ensure that your company is more supported?
Well, clearly, the policies, common policies are very important. Let's make one example. France has a central role on the idea of reprocessing the nuclear waste. This is a value for Europe. We can power Europe for hundreds of years with our nuclear waste. And I think the idea of France of reprocessing our waste and make use of this waste again could be something that could federate Europe around this idea. This is the case, for example, of Slovakia. Slovakia is also thinking about the reuse of their resources in this sense. This is a policy that could be interesting to implement. There are investments that are very heavy to allow this reprocessing and reuse of nuclear waste. So this could be maybe European project. We are also possibly missing some research tools. We have a lot of really know-how in Europe that has still not find any applications yet, because it's 40 years that we are not innovating into the nuclear business. So we might need more research tools, for example, a fast reactor in Europe. This could be a nice project that could federate Europe around the needs of companies and the needs of, in general, the nuclear industry to renovate and to progress in this field.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to bring you back in, Branislav. Of course, you know, in the Draghi report and the Affordable Energy Plan, that identified the need for much better ways to decouple the price of gas from clean energy like nuclear. Let's talk about those long-term power purchase agreements. How beneficial do you see PPAs as really moving the dial here and ensuring that there is more potential for investment?
Well, we do not see the PPAs on the market at all, and there is a good reason for it. You know, especially in Slovakia, the heavy industry cannot make the profits at the current electricity prices, and even though we would be more than happy to sell on the long-term basis, because we are selling on the exchange 3-4 years ahead our generation, the industries are not doing that, and it's obvious because they do not know whether they will survive 2 years down the road. Because of the high electricity prices. You know, Europe has decided that despite the fact that we generate 6% of the worldwide CO2s, we are going to kill ourselves to clean the planet and pay for it in the electricity prices. And 40% of the power price is currently composed by the CO2 allowances. And therefore, the industries cannot enter into the long-term agreements because they really do not know whether they will exist 2 years or 3 years down the road. Therefore, to expect that the PPAs will solve further investments is a daydreaming, because you have currently the prices which are above of the survival of the aluminium, steel companies. The market prices are above the level they can digest, while we need much more and higher prices for the investments to happen. So there is a huge mismatch between what is needed by the industries, what we can do as a generators, because we still need to recover the investments we have made, and what is needed for the further investments. So the PPAs are absolutely not a solution.
Given what the Director General is saying, of course there's a small budget relative to the United States. What do you propose as a solution? What would you like? What other mechanism do you think could be employed to offer more support, to really fill that mismatch?
I believe this is not so much about the nuclear, but this is more about the economy of Europe. If we want to restart the production, and not of the energy, but of the aluminium, steel, etc., what we are importing today, we need to revise the ETS scheme for the CO2 allowances. We should, in my opinion, for several years until the Europe will get stronger, decrease significantly or even freeze the CO2 allowances in the way that they would not contribute to the high electricity prices, which basically kill the companies like aluminium, steel, and others. And in the meantime, while these companies can generate and can, create the consumption in Europe from the self-production instead of from imports, you will have the higher taxes which can be used to support the construction of the new sources. Because as I said, the aluminium plant can work at between 50 to 60 euros per megawatt hour. Current prices is 90, and for the construction of the new nuclear power plant you need 150. Mm-hmm. So how can one enter into the long-term PPA? What we need is to decrease the price for the aluminium smelter, create the space for the aluminium to be produced in Europe rather than being imported. Then that aluminium smelter will pay the taxes here, will employ the people here, will create the further economical benefits, and those money can be then used to support that higher price which we need to construct the new sources, in order not to get into the same loop as we got when the energy crisis started and we spent those 700 millions for nothing, because those were just the burn money.
Yeah, okay, so let's move on to Baber, because, at 10, you also have a real strategic role in this, because you're trying to really create open and transparent dialogue at all stages of a nuclear project. But on the other hand, that is crucially important to make sure the public's on board, but all those stops and starts along the way can be very off-putting for investors who want to come in and support the European vision. So how do you create that balance?
Yes, indeed, it's quite a difficult and challenging task to balance and engage in civil society, and also to look at the planning and keeping in mind that civil society is very diverse. So we're talking about businesses, we're talking about trade unions, we're talking about different civil society organizations like consumers, environmental organizations, farmers, and many others. I can share with you couple of two good examples that we find out in our discussions while we were talking about how to find the good practices of engaging with civil society. And one of them comes from France. There is National Public Debate Commission established, and it is formal, time-limited public debate on major projects, ensuring early engagement without open-ended delays. So in this way, you collaborate better, you embed better civil society views. Another example on the good practices perhaps comes from Finland. And in Finland, there is Olkiluoto repository, and it is success and excellent example for early transparent dialogue with local communities. So these are a couple of good examples that I can share with you. In other ways, many of you, and you mentioned also human capital, how much it is important, and sector is really suffering. We are talking about establishing effective communicating about concrete economic or social benefits to host communities, namely jobs, infrastructure, tax revenues, investments in education or health. Examples from Finland, Sweden, France are very important. Engagement has been established crucial also if we communicate clearly, regularly, and accessible about risks, about timelines, as I mentioned, and also decision-making processes. We also underlined using structural dialogue processes, facilitating understanding between technical experts and citizens. It leads to more informed decisions, and it also fosters the dialogue and more discussions and understanding. The European Economic and Social Committee also plays a crucial role because, as I mentioned, more and more our colleagues are being engaged in more and acting as a bridge in between different EU institutions and organized civil society groups. I can mention a couple of them. We are organizing an already second year focusing on civil society perspective on radioactive waste management. We are organizing conferences that are gathering different civil society views, and we are informing about innovations and also about the new projects. Another mentioned project is URED 2, where we are part to be as an equal member, and also participating in European Industrial Alliance on SMRs in the working group on public engagement. So all these examples shows really that we have much to say, we have much to share, because member states have good examples that we can really multiply, and perhaps some others might be finding it to engage.
Certainly, engagement is absolutely crucial. When you look at the electrification trend forecast across Europe, across the European Union, Keisuke, can I bring you back in terms of what the IEA has been looking at? How does the trend compare to China, for example, and what lessons can the EU draw from China and other regions when it comes to successful electrification?
At this moment, China has been quite successful in building the nuclear power plants on time and on budget, and that is because they're producing many. So in order to achieve the cost declines, it is crucially important to produce the nuclear power plants with the same model and in a big numbers. So I think in that respect, the nuclear is not so much about the costs, because it can be reduced by producing many, but it's more about the risks and how we can ensure the investment, allow investment to take place. And today we will release the Renewable Market Report annual publication, and it shows massive growth in variable renewables, wind and solar, in particular solar PV, which is fine. I mean, that's what we need. But when we consider the issues with the variability and the need for flexibility on the other end, there's no doubt that we also need certain level of dispatchable, low-carbon electricity sources, which should include nuclear and probably geothermal as well. So overall, in terms of the entire energy systems, the value of nuclear contribution is rather clear. But the problem is that when it comes down to the real business world, it's really difficult to design the market systems that allow the massive investment at the outset. So I think that in that respect, there's a huge responsibility for the government to take serious de-risking measures. And I understand that there are many countries working on this homework. So there are many improved designs for the contract for differences, and also some countries are even going for the regulated asset-based systems. But I think that the overall, for the entire value, electricity, energy systems, the value is very important, but the big question is how we can make it happen. Mm-hmm. So how we can ensure that the riskings that can give investor confidence in the system. So in that respect, if we can do that, then we can be successful, okay. Just like China or the Russian models. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Daniel, I'm going to ask you, how do you think we should make it happen? You've looked at the Nuclear Illustrative Programme. What investment mechanisms do you think could work well in Slovenia and beyond that aren't currently being employed?
I think I've covered it in my opening statement. Yes, at the moment we do need financial models, or we are building a financial model that will use different supports, like contract for difference. We are thinking also about the regulated asset base. This will be something new in the European Union, but it's very high on our list. But the real answer, I believe that on long term, it lies in the correct energy market. You know, the market that will value and that value the services that are coming to the society and the industry, and at the same time what I believe, you know, that it's very important. It's the cooperation between on the European level. You know, it's. There's a joke, you know, I would say it, you know, there's a joke in the nuclear sector, you know, saying, what's the difference between the US and French nuclear program? You know, in US nuclear program, you have 100 types of different reactors and 1 type of cheese in US. In the French, you have 100 types of cheese and 100 types of cheese and 1 type of nuclear reactor. What's the story of this? You know, to be plastic, you know. What we need is a common European approach, you know, and replicate what is good. You know, we know what is good already, and we have. Okay, there are first-of-a-kind projects that need to be replicated in order to get to the results. You know, to lower the prices of the current projects. We need nothing less but total commitment, you know, total commitment from everybody, you know, with positive attitude, the same as we were seeing with the renewables maybe 20 years ago. You know, this is something, the approach that we will need here. You know, I'm always, you know, 90% of the European fleet was built in 25 years. I'm hearing the argument, but these are not the same times anymore, you know, so the regulation is different, and it's not possible to do. I do not agree with this, you know, I totally disagree with this, because this is the homework that we need to do at home, you know, not only the Commission, but also at everybody's home. We need to review the regulation, you know. If the regulation at the moment is suitable or was drafted for prepared for generation 2 reactors, you know, now we have 3+ reactors, you know. It's the same as saying, okay, we have a car, I have a car, and now we have invented the safety belt, you know. The car with the safety belt is safer car, you know, everybody can agree with this, you know. The generation 3 and generation 3+ reactors are safer reactors, and this has to be accounted in the regulation, and I believe that with this reviewed regulation we can also make the whole thing more viable.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. So I'd just like to give the final thought to you, Dieter. We talk often about the need to maintain European flavours of difference across the Union, but here it seems absolutely clear that there needs to be a real kind of central force galvanizing to follow that same path. Otherwise, we won't get, as Daniel mentioned, and also KSK, you need that real sense of direction. What can you deliver from the Commission to achieve that vision?
Thank you very much. And I agree that cooperation, that clear direction at the level of Europe, but supported, of course, as you've said, also by the action and statements and plans of national governments, that is absolutely critical. I think we have built the regulatory framework necessary. I think the electricity market design, the contract for difference is a critical element. As you have said, power purchasing agreements are not necessarily the relevant tool when it comes to nuclear, because there's often a need for government intervention and government support. And so the contract for difference framework we've been building, we will be following up with some very clear guidelines and guidance to member states to facilitate that. How do we make best use of that new tool? We have had some very clear statements, a clear direction set, including from the President of the European Commission in her State of the Union speech just a month ago, very, very clearly recognizing the role of nuclear in the energy systems. And I think that is at a political level, at a leader's level, where that is what is needed to give the signals to investors, to regulators, and to operators. I've mentioned some of the other initiatives that are coming forward, the investment strategy, the grids package, and more. There will be the small modular reactors strategy coming forward. There will be a fusion strategy coming forward. There will be the follow-up to the Pink report. We are identifying what are the needs. We are looking forward to your response, your suggestions on that. And then the question is, what is the action needed on that? And I think that's a key point, is we all know what we need to do. We know that nuclear is part of the energy system. So it's a time for action and a time for really making that push forward to make it happen. I hope that the work we are carrying out can help that. Now, one additional point that I think is important not to forget is the security aspect of nuclear, the security of supply and the supply chains that others have referred to as well. We have very, very strong manufacturing capacity in Europe for components for many, many parts of the nuclear system. We know that the single biggest risk we have is the dependence on one actor in enriched uranium, and the risk that Europe does not stay present in that. We come from a really good starting point. We have uranium enrichment in Europe. We have 2 companies that are investing in this. So we need to build on that, but we need to make that happen, and we need to do that quickly so that our diversification can happen, but also so that the diversification just simply move the market to other suppliers out there. Let us make sure that Europe not only maintains its place, but also strengthens its capacity. Now, in order to do that, you need to give the industry that I have seen for myself is ready to make the change and is ready, would like to diversify. We need to give them the certainty that this is going to happen. We need to give those that are investing into more enrichment of uranium, the certainty that those investments will have an offtake in Europe. It makes sense. So in other words, the cooperation between governments to provide the plans, provide the certainty, the generators, the sector, as well as the companies that are investing in, or the investors into enriched uranium, that certainty, that cooperation between the 3 parties will really be a necessary part of making that happen. You could say the same about other parts of the supply chain. We need to identify where the investment's needed, what are the uncertainties, the risks, including on offtake, that stand in the way, and then how can we facilitate those investments, again, in order to take action and in order to accelerate, because we know what needs to be done. It is a time of action and acceleration. Thank you.
Certainly is. Thank you very much, Director General, and to the rest of the panel. Some really insightful discussions, and you can take your seats back in the wider auditorium, because what we're going to move on to now is to take some of those themes, or quite a lot of them, and build them into our discussions during the World Cafe debates. Now, the whole idea of this is that each round table will focus on a specific challenge facing the industry right now. And so you'll be let loose into a fluid and interactive session with a moderator to guide you and a rapporteur to take notes. So we're going to be focusing on the themes of financing, as we've discussed, all the challenges and opportunities ahead, the supply chains, the Director General mentioned there, absolutely crucial to get that right, to build up the supply chain capabilities and security of supply and transparent supply chains. We're also going to be looking at the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, and also the non-power industry. So looking at nuclear perspectives across non-power sectors and the digital economy. Of course, we all know about the advent of data centers with the frenzy for all things AI, and how that is a crucial part of demand going forward. So, to help spark that debate, we're now going to hear from 3 speakers. So you're not quite ready to move. In a moment after the speakers, you will be able to go and have coffee and continue your discussions. But we're going to have 3 impulse statements now from these speakers about the topics that we are about to discuss. So please welcome up to the floor. These statements will be 5 to 7 minutes each. Please welcome Csaba Dohetsky, Vice President of the Group of European Municipalities with Nuclear Facilities. And Csaba is going to have a presentation as well. So welcome to you. Thank you. Technical team, could you give us a hand, please, just to make sure that the slides are appearing on the screen? Let's just go back. There we are. Is that your starting slides? And then you just press that one. Lovely. Thank you.
Dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, our association, GMF, celebrating the 25th anniversary of its establishment this year. For 25 years, we've been representing the interest of the communities which host nuclear facilities. Independently, whether it's an operating nuclear power plant, a research reactor, a radioactive waste repository, or a fuel manufacturing facility. Our history started at the year of 2000, when 3 countries' municipality representatives from Spain, Sweden, and France, they had meetings about the community aspects. Now we have come a long way. We have members in 17 countries, and we represent more than 200 communities, municipalities. Many things have been changed from the beginning, but our core values are the same. We represent the citizens' rights, interests at national level and also at the European level. We seek the opportunity to influence the strategy and policy related to nuclear energy in the EU. And we also facilitate the exchange of information among our members, and we also exchange the information and the experience among them. Our members are mayors, and despite of the fact the national governance differences, mayors everywhere are locally elected people. They are close to citizens, and they have the democratic legitimacy, autonomy to make day-to-day decisions. Mayors in nuclear areas combine traditional leadership with the added responsibility of being guardians of the safety, trust, and the socio-economic balance for their communities. 2 weeks ago, we held our Jubilee seminar and General Assembly in my hometown, Paks, and there were more than 70 mayors there. And we have presentations and panel discussions, just like here. We had a presentation from Director Panyek about the state of the nuclear energy in Europe. And we have also representatives of the affected parties, for example, from the ministry level, from the universities, from the operators, and of course about the representatives of the municipality. The seminar was a great example how these things should be treated. I mean, bring the affected parties to the same table and have the chance to change their experiences, just like here at ENEF. At the seminar, we heard many good examples. One of them is in connection with Paks 2, the new build nuclear project, and it involves the public on national and local level and organizing different forums and participating in local events to communicate directly with the citizens. Another good example is coming from the Netherlands, from Borsele, where they created a citizen group, including 100 people, And when they had the information about the plan that possibly a new nuclear power plant will be built in Borssele, they created this group, and they wanted to get to know the opinion of the citizens in connection with this issue. And they summarized a document which was sent to the government later. That shows also it's a great example that how a municipality association can be proactive. Sharing of our experiences is in the focus as well, even with the newcomers. And we have built a very good relationship with Poland the last 2 years, and we have been involved in the local engagement policy and process in Poland. It is my pleasure to announce that there are 2 new members in GMF from Poland. This is Puck County and Władysławowo. They are from the area where the new nuclear power plant will be built, and we are really happy they joined us, and we are looking forward to working with our Polish colleagues in future. On the other hand, there are also problems which should be treated and should be solved. We heard from the president of AMAC, from the Spanish Municipality National Association, that the closure of the nuclear power plants have a really bad impact on the municipalities which are close to these areas. According to the president's words, the local revenues in their areas because of the closure can be as high as 60 or 85%, and the unemployment rate can be as high as 40%. Of course, these things brings a big challenge for these municipalities. In Spain, the local councils decided to invest in economic developments, and there is a ministerial order to co-financing municipality investments projects, and a just transition agreement was created, which aimed to reduce the negative impacts of these closures. And here we also reached a key point of this process, because the decommissioning of nuclear power plants and also the final disposal of radioactive waste storages, these processes are having big delays. And even the construction deadlines of radioactive waste disposal facilities have been changed several times, and our candidate sites are really skeptical about this process, and the acceptance, which was really hard to build, can be easily lost. We think the EU should be more definite in this question and urge the member states to accelerate their radioactive waste disposal projects. And we have very similar feelings in the approach of the future use of nuclear energy in the EU. Although it is stated nuclear energy could be a pillar in the European Union for electricity generation, we do not see the clear vision in the EU. What I mean, allow me to illustrate with a concrete example. GMF is a founding member of the Global Partnership of Nuclear Communities, together with very similar municipalities from the United States and from Canada. And when comparing approaches, it is evident to see that in the United States, there is a much bigger commitment to the use of nuclear energy and its development than here in Europe. Even more, in the US program, from governmental level, there is a strong financial support in the EU than in the EU. While this reflects recognition of our expertise and the importance of local community involvement, there are no dedicated resources available for us to effectively carry out this role. As a non-profit association, financing ourselves solely through membership fees, GMF operates with very limited means, which restricts our ability to contribute to the European initiative with the same effectiveness as our counterparts elsewhere. Hopefully in the future it will change. And finally, let me say another example which was a key even this year. GMF has a very close contact with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we experience a special attention from the IAEA to the communities which host nuclear facilities or intending to host nuclear facilities in future. Last May, there was a program, a conference organized by the IAEA, and one section was especially, this program was on the stakeholder engagement, and one section was dedicated especially to the nuclear communities and mayors in focus. Naturally, there was a strong representation of GMF and the global partnership there. At the end of the event, there was a joint statement of the communities. Let me quote a short text from it. Our communities have experienced first-hand benefits that nuclear energy can bring, but we are also aware of the associated challenges. The future of nuclear energy must be built on genuine engagement, consent, and sustained support for nuclear communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Csaba, for that presentation. And now please do welcome Gaultier Martin, who's a partner at Clifford Chance. Welcome, Gaultier. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Lovely to have you with us. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, thank you for hosting me today. Like my accent probably betrays, I'm a French citizen, but to avoid wrong expectations on your side, let me be clear that I'm not here at all to reveal the name of our next Prime Minister. I have no clue. I am speaking today as a partner of Clifford Chance, which is a leading global law firm with strong expertise in nuclear activities. We, for example, advise in Europe only on projects like Sizewell, Hinkley Point, Olkiluoto. We are working on the extension of nuclear plants in Belgium. We are working on the French new nuclear project and many others, including in the SMR field. So we have, at least as lawyers, quite a good expertise when it comes to nuclear, and this is why I know that all the themes that are going to be discussed in the World Cafe this morning are very interesting. But because I have only a few minutes to discuss, I will focus on financing aspects, not only because these are the aspects I know more, but also because financing is obviously the key of any project, and there nuclear is no exception. Besides, to succeed in your financing, you need to have a holistic approach of a project, meaning that whatever the segments, you need to be good on all of them to ensure that your project can be financed. So you need to look at the supply chain, you need to look at the power uses and the back end of nuclear cycle. So what does it mean and what characterizes nuclear when it comes to financing? Actually, nuclear projects have unique characteristics when it comes to financing and which make them hard to finance through classical means, be it equity or commercial debt. The reason for that is that first, these projects are very capital intensive. These are among the most expensive projects you can think about in terms of infrastructure or energy projects. Secondly, they also characterized by longer construction phase, which means that when you invest in a project as a sponsor, you can sometimes need to wait for several decades before reaching positive cash flows. It can go to 20 to 30 years, depending on the project. And nuclear is further associated with very high and specific risks. Nuclear is very complex, technically speaking, so generally it's not unusual that you have some delays and overcost in the course of the project. There is also some uncertainty about cash flows due to market volume and price risk. You also have, over the life of the project, some extra costs which can come from regulation change and additional safety rules which come during the life of the project. You can also have, these exist, some accidents which make it complex to accept for non-traditional nuclear stakeholders. And you also have some political risks which are significant because obviously from time to time you can have an accident and you can have an unexpected political shift which makes it that after Fukushima nobody was speaking about nuclear renaissance. And this is a world in which nuclear developers are evolving. This is why, as of today, almost all nuclear projects worldwide have been financed by state-owned entities with strong governmental support. And to my knowledge, no such thing exists in the world as a project-financed nuclear project, at least on a limited recourse basis. So you need lots of public debt to finance nuclear, lots of public credits, but as you all know, there is less and less of this resource available. There are budgetary constraints in many countries in Europe, but not only. So how do you conciliate this equation where you need public credit, you need, but you don't have much, and you need more nuclear powers to match with the needs in terms of security of supply and carbon neutral power sources? Well, actually, the answer may well be in the fact that we need private financing in the nuclear field, which has not been the case until today. So how can you unlock private financing in the nuclear field, which is really a critical question for the coming years, if not decades? Well, actually, some of the levers which can help depend on nuclear actors themselves, and it's really about ensuring that cost and delay can be as limited as possible. So this basically goes through replication and a good the fact that technology are well known and mastered. This is exactly, for example, what EDF is doing these days by replicating EasyPR technology in Finland, in France, in the UK, with the view that with more and more precedents, you can replicate, you can control, you can monitor, and you can do it for cheaper and at a better, under a better control. Some of the factors are also coming from third parties to ensure stable cash flows. So it's true that these days PPAs are not a solution without any help, but PPA nonetheless can be part of the solution, at least for some technologies, notably SMRs, which are possibly easy to finance. But in any case, and this is not a paradox at all, if you want private financing, you still need public financing and public support. It's clearly the case with robust and stable policy framework. Actually, you cannot ask private investors to commit to billions of euros of investment without stable framework. This is not possible. And this is something that we have suffered about in nuclear, but in the energy community in general in Europe, which can be a hurdle. So there is really a responsibility of policymakers there to stick to what is being announced and to give predictability and stability. And this can really help to raise private capital. Just an example when it comes to nuclear, if you think about taxonomy, the day nuclear was taxonomy compliant, you could raise some private financing and channel private credits to nuclear. This is, for example, what EDF did with some green bonds in the nuclear field. Second important responsibility of states and the EU when it comes to private financing, there will always be a need for public financing at some point. So you have several kind of schemes which can exist, but all of them are all coming to the fact that one, it's about ensuring the private investors that there will be some predictable cash flows. This is critical. And two, about sharing some risk, notably construction risk or operating risks. The two main schemes which exist today are the contract for difference, which is very well known in the EU. This is the one which was implemented for Hinkley once at a time when the UK was in the EU. This is what is being contemplated for France. This is also what is being contemplated for Dukovany in the Czech Republic. But you have another model, which is the regulated asset basis, and which is interesting because today, and this is the one which is put in place for Sizewell, and this is interesting because today this is the only model which has demonstrated that this can attract some private investors. If you have read the newspapers over the course of last weeks, you will have noticed that the project company of Sizewell now has at its capital some purely financial investors, namely Caisse des dépôts et consignation du Québec plus Amber Capital. This is only possible because our UK friends have designed a model which not only give the project company some visibility about how overcost and delays will be addressed. So for part of them it's on project co, for part of them it's on electricity consumers. Beyond certain thresholds, it can be up to the state to assume the responsibility of this overcost. But what is really differentiating RAB model from CFD is that in the RAB model, you have today consumers paying for tomorrow assets, meaning that project company is generating revenues and dividends from day one. So this makes this project more attractive for private investors, and probably this makes capital cheaper in terms of cost of capital. Obviously, one important point of Sizewell as well is that it's a technology which now is being implemented, EPR, so this also was a critical lever to reinsure private investors. Lastly, when you think about private financing and nuclear, this was mentioned shortly a few minutes ago. SMRs obviously can be a good target for private financiers because basically there are some reduced upfront costs, there are some shorter development times, and fewer construction risk. So let's see in the coming years, but there could be probably again with some public help, but there could be some interesting developments in the field of SMR when it comes to private financing. So to conclude on nuclear and financing, what we can notice today is that attracting private investment is possible. It's not only crucial, it's possible. And this is what Sizewell has demonstrated over the course of last week. But the sector inherent complexities mean that strong and sustained government support will remain indispensable. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing you during the World Café to see what do you think about the kind of support which is required, and how do you see private investment as a possibility, if not a need, in the field of nuclear activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaultier Mathieu. Really great way to kick off the financing debate a little later. And finally, please welcome to the stage Emilia Janisch, who's the European Nuclear Policy Consultant for the Clean Air Task Force. Welcome, Emilia.
Hello, everyone. The room is getting empty. It's my first ENEF. It's maybe hard to believe. Spent 13 years in Brussels advocating for nuclear, and this is my first ENEF. But I'm super excited, and thank you very much for the invitation. So on behalf of the Clean Air Task Force, we'd like to present you a few points on what we heard and what the solutions to the challenges that we identified are. When it goes, work with me. This is just a simple thing, right?
Yeah, it should just work like that. Oh, I'll just go back. Okay.
So just to explain, Clean Air Task Force is agnostic technology international organization, it's a think tank, and we are 100% philanthropically funded. We are together with the Nuclear Scaling Initiative partners, we are working together to build a new nuclear energy ecosystem that can quickly and economically scale up to 50 gigawatts globally by 2030. So what is our approach? We are basically focusing on the 4 pillars. First is really to achieve the pan-European technology choice and the alignment, what is needed so we can replicate and scale. Striving for a cohesive European nuclear regulatory framework, this is also crucial. Sharing risk through public-private partnership, and emphasizing non-proliferation principles. So reprocessing of fuel is includes the non-proliferation principle, should have. So we identified within our 40 interviews we did with different ministries, representatives, with industrials, with different stakeholders in different countries, from Poland, Czechia, Romania, Estonia, Europe. Some of you are also at this ENEF. Over 40 interviews. So what we heard, that EU policies is fragmented, non-harmonized licensing and oversized safety regulations, complicate and slow nuclear deployment. Some countries' frameworks suit large units, but not SMRs, which actually adds to the regulatory complexity. There's also limited access to affordable and timely capital, slow and uncertain state aid processes. Regarding the current market, dispatch priority within the electricity market hinders long-term nuclear investment. Gas and nuclear are often treated as competitors rather than complementary energy sources. Further, short political cycles, this is nothing new, hinder decision-making for long-term nuclear projects, often not fully accounting for long-term benefits of investing in nuclear power. We have also, and we hear many times, shortage in skills, workforce. There are too many uncoordinated SMR designs, in our opinion. Within the SMR Industry Alliance, we identified 9. We think that should be limited to a smaller number. Underinvested European supply chains, increased reliance on external supplies. Pre-development funding is scarce. Antitrust issues arise with potential partners who are often competitors, and simultaneous nuclear development across member states strains industry capacity. So these are the challenges that we identified with the interviewers that we had in the last few months. So what is needed to revive nuclear deployment in the CE region? We need a wide EU nuclear strategy. We hear many policies are implemented, but everything is fragmented. There is, looking at the what is happening in other parts of the countries, Nordics are going its own way. Slovakia and Czechia are calling for also for action. It might also go in another way. If we want to have the unity in Europe, we need to have EU-wide nuclear strategy with the clear targets for clean firm generation, develop cohesive licensing pathways, ensure fair treatment of nuclear for alongside other clean energy in EU energy policies. Innovative in financing models, some of them that were mentioned by Gauthier. We need to adapt CFDs and PPAs, implement also RAP for long-term nuclear projects, and we need to have an equal access to state aid and EU funds also within the upcoming EU budget. I think this is also important. We need to also enhance market design, so adjust capacity markets and resolve dispatch question on how should nuclear and weather-dependent renewables coexist. Further, strengthening public and political support where the nuclear's role is highlighted, energy security and economic competitiveness by building coalitions with energy-intensive industries. We also, on the national level, and I think this is also mentioned was a couple of times, European Commission is doing its own job, but on the national level, a set member state deployment targets is important, and also cross-border, EU cross-border supply chain coordination is needed on nuclear technology and supply chain. Secure and early stage funding promote multinational CE collaboration and aggregate SMR demand through order books while lowering costs via economies of number, capitalizing on unit and project learning. I think these are the conclusions that we see as the solutions for the challenges that we identify together with partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Now, it is time for coffee, but let me just tell you which rooms you will be going to, depending on which topic you've chosen. Financing. If you're in the Financing World Cafe Roundtable, stay here with me in the main hall, and we also have Antonio Lopez Nicola, who will be joining us. The rapporteurs are all heads of unit of the European Commission, DG ENEF. Then if you are in the World Cafe Supply Chain Roundtable, you are in the Sture Hall, which is out where the coffee is, and then to the right, there will be, the moderator will be Raúl Marquez and the rapporteur Tom Howes. If you are focusing on the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, Beba Mitrovica, who was here on the panel earlier, she will be in the brown room, and that is behind us with the rapporteur Gianfranco Brunetti, and also the non-power industry, that really great debate on the use of nuclear in non-power sectors and the digital economy. Well, that is in the blue room, all the way down the corridor. Follow the signs. The rapporteur is Ana Rita Lopez Ramos, and the moderator is Eve Jackson. And I'm delighted to say that Eve will be your host and your chair for the discussions this afternoon. So you're in very good hands. So please do take a quick moment to have coffee. You've got about 10 minutes, and then go quickly to your rooms. And remember, swap after 45 minutes to your next chosen session. But for now, thank you very much. everybody, this is the Financing World Cafe session. If everybody could take their seats, and please, can you come as close to the front as possible to make this a bit more of an interactive discussion. So if you want to move up closer to the front, it makes it easier so that we can bring the microphones out. Thank you. I know. Always. Please welcome to the financing session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our afternoon session. Thank you so much. If you'd like to take your seats, we're about to begin. Now, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you're feeling recharged for what promises to be a very enlightening afternoon. Now, our World Cafe Roundtables were incredibly productive and with passionate discussions across our 4 critical topics. Now, we explored the key challenges facing Europe's nuclear sector, financing and investment, supply chain resilience, waste management and decommissioning, and the opportunities for nuclear beyond electricity generation. Now, we're now going to hear some
World Cafe table on finance and investments. I think it was a very lively discussion with many interesting points. I will pick up on 5 main things that I retained from the discussion. I mean, first and foremost, overall recognition that the investment challenge is huge. I mean, the numbers put forward in the Nuclear Illustrative Program point at 241 billion of investments. So this is huge. There is a need for regulatory certainty. There is a need to look beyond 2050. The investment cycles for nuclear are longer. I mean, speakers were talking about 60, potentially 80 years, who knows, and if even more. So there is a need for this long-term stability and predictability. Second, there is a need for a stable market design conducive to nuclear. This was picked up as a main point by quite a few speakers. There is a need for a genuine energy union, mobilize private capital with contracts for differences, with clear design, also remove barriers to PPAs, which are emerging in some member states, but in others they are not happening yet, as we also heard this morning. Need to speed up state aid, simplification for public procurement, and remove barriers in general. So in connection to that, there was a bit of a discussion on the regulated asset-based size well model, and there are mixed views on whether this model should be used forward on the grounds of affordability concerns and the fear that it might trigger, according to some backlash from the public because of increased costs. Third point, there is a need to remove barriers to nuclear deployment, and this includes, for example, taxonomy is seen by some as a hurdle. Speakers were talking about particularly the transitional arrangements under taxonomy, the sunset clauses, the non-inclusion of the full nuclear fuel cycle in the taxonomy is seen as an issue. Then regulatory barriers for low carbon hydrogen, for example, things connected to that are seen as not sufficiently conducive to investments. Then fourth point, the importance of public funding on sending strong signals to attract private capital. The announcement of the World Bank was mentioned as good news. The role of the EIB is seen as extremely important, and also the role of the future MFF was mentioned as important in order to attract private capital. And finally, fifth point, communication. Communication is seen as absolutely crucial to mobilize financing, attract investments. And here we are talking about communication to investors, but also communication towards citizens, towards local authorities, national authorities. And there is a need to better transmit and explain the benefits that nuclear energy will have for the overall energy system, for the member state that invest, but also particularly across borders, because we are all part of an integrated energy system in Europe. And yeah, that was about it. Thanks a lot for your participation and all the good points made.
Thank you so much, Antonio Lopez Nicolas, for that comprehensive summary of the financing roundtable discussion. The challenge of mobilizing massive investment for baseload power is clearly front and center. Now, next, let's hear from our supply chain breakout session. Please welcome our rapporteur, Tom Howes, to the stage. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you, and thank you to the participants in the supply chain discussion. It was an interesting one. We started by defining what we were talking about, which was about the whole fuel cycle, the materials involved in construction and maintenance, but also more broadly the steel, the broader sectors that need to be considered, and the skills aspect. So quite a broad scope of supply chain. And what surprised me a little was a general sense that Europe has a well-working supply chain. We've got 900,000 people employed in the sector across all member states, 3,000 companies. These are figures thanks to Nuclear Europe, I will credit. We built 120 gigawatts of capacity between 1970 and 1990. The sector is still in Europe. It could grow and do that again. So that was, for me, that was a message that came out. There was acknowledgement that we do need to do more within the EU. We do have the dependence on Russia, was exampled, where we said that we shouldn't have a sudden ban that disrupts, and our safety, our security can't afford that. But we could have a more gradual, a clear, and legally credible gradual plan, a bit like the US has. The US has just said by law, no more enriched fuel from Russia from 2028. And indeed, as I understand it, Nuclear Europe and we, the Commission, are working on different types of phase-down, phase-out regimes to explore how we could become more independent in a gradual, non-disruptive manner. So that was a clear conclusion on the supply chain. The other main discussion within the supply chain side was about the skills constraint. And it's a general one for innovation in the energy sector, but whether you're looking at universities, transferability of qualifications, the curriculum, access to the training, all of this needs work in the nuclear part of the energy sector, as well as, well, in general for electricians and plumbers. These are horizontal skills needed in the nuclear field as well. So there's a general skills push needed across the board for the energy sector. And then a lot of the discussion was on the demand side, saying, look, we have the infrastructure here in Europe. We could scale up if we had the demand. And the demand requires the long-term policy commitment. It's a message we get time and time again in all our subgroups, I would say. Policy commitment, the contracts, the orders, details, certainly EU funding was mentioned. And in general, a change both of public attitudes, but also policy attitudes. And the examples of where the nuclear technologies are not treated equally with other technologies was cited. Taxonomy has been mentioned already. Production of hydrogen is another example that was given. And effectively, why shouldn't nuclear technologies have the same promotion and positive support in policy terms as renewables do today? So that was the emphasis was on that demand side. I came away with a sense that the stakeholders felt that if we did have that positive demand coming, then yes, the European industry, which is still here, would scale up and be able to match that demand, apart from a skills supply side constraint. So those were the messages I picked up from my workshop. Thank you.
Tom Howes, thank you so much Now, the emphasis on supply chains with local knowledge and manufacturing capacity really resonates, as you heard there, with Europe's strategic autonomy goals. Now, for our third summary, and please welcome Head of Unit, DG ENEF at the European Commission, Gianfranco Brunetti. Now, Gianfranco will share insights from the waste management and decommissioning session. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like first to thank Bajba Miltovicka, who has moderated the discussion, and the participants who intervened to this breakout session about the back end. So there was a lot of input that I tried to summarize in 4 main parts. First, it was about what I would name circularity. I didn't expect this to come up so, I would say, loud in the discussion. But there was quite a push for working on closing the fuel cycle. So to reduce the waste amounts and the long-term radiotoxicity of waste, but also to avoid pressure on the front end, as there are some expectation for uranium prices to increase. So there were mentions about what is already in there in the European Union, in France, for example, with the program Backend for Future, that aims at a strategic approach towards the end of the century, and even mentioned that the United States are changing their strategies in this sense. I appreciated very much something that came up in the discussion that I think summarized it very well. There is no sustainability without breeding. I mean, without recycling of fuel, especially if the global nuclear capacity is set to triple, as some countries aim at. So fast reactors will have, and other innovation will have a key role also in relation to the back end that needs to be focused on. Another subject that we treated was the approach to shared disposal. So this is a long-standing debate how this could be achieved in European Union, especially for those member states who do not have to deal with a large amount of waste. It's a difficult subject. This was recognized even in countries like Slovenia and Croatia, who share 1 reactor together. The European Union, via the Waste Directive, has set the rules for to permit this shared solution, but still countries, at least some countries, prohibit import of radioactive waste from other places. And this is also, on the other hand, reflected in delayed or long-term plans for the realization of the geological repositories. Positively, in that respect, it was mentioned that the taxonomy delegated, including nuclear in the sustainable activities, helped at least a few countries to push forward dates. We can name here the Czech Republic, but also the Netherlands are on the same direction. This was not mentioned in the discussion, but I would like to mention we at the Commission, we are running a pilot project to work with member states representative on shared solutions. And in November, we will have a final workshop that I think it would be interesting to follow or to get output of in relation to this subject. The next topic, and similar to the other breakout sessions, was human resources. How to secure that we have sufficient human resources also in the back end. I mean, as you know, the PINC from European Commission also addressed quantitatively the needs for resources in the back end, the commissioning and waste management side. Here, the messages were also rather clear and in line with also with what I had from my predecessor here on the podium. Communication is key. Social campaigns are needed to attract new talents, starting very early in the school life, But also there was a call for being more competitive on the job market compared to similar or, sister sector. Wages and conditions are not as competitive. But that's not only about conditions and money. It's also about engaging, interesting projects, stability of programs. It was clearly signaled that when member states do not have firm, continuous strategies on the nuclear sector, of course, the future possible workers in the sector are not really supported in their decision throughout their life. But we have also several actions ongoing in the Union that may help if properly, advertised, communicated. One of them is URAT 2 at the Union level, which is doing a lot also at the civil society level. But also at national level, there was an example brought forward from Hungary, so-called Mission Possible. I like the tagging of this, to support students not only to access the university level for studies which are relevant to the sector, but also be already prepared to go through it successfully, because sometimes they are not ready when they come to it. Last point, which I already addressed in the previous one, is indeed communication. There was a strong call for improved communication on safety of waste management and solution. And here there was also a call on the Commission level to change. Indeed, it was reported that the Commission does a lot about other technologies in terms of communication, but nothing indeed about nuclear in positive terms. And this was a wish raised by the participants. Now, I would like just to conclude with one personal belief or feeling I have about waste management. Waste management has been part of my career all life long. So I firmly believe that we cannot consider our society civilized if we don't manage our waste, whatever waste. I think that this message has to be communicated to the layman, and it is not clear for me to the layman that they don't live in a civilized society if they don't manage their own waste. With that, I will close. Thank you.
Gianfranco, thank you so much for highlighting those crucial lessons. The need for human resources, it's something that I think came up in every single session this morning. So finally, let's hear about the possibilities beyond electricity generation. Please welcome the head of unit at the European Commission, Ana Rita Lopez Ramos, with our fourth breakout session summary. Thank you.
So indeed, it falls to me to give the final report from the breakout sessions. I'm reporting for the session on non-power uses, industrial uses. I had the pleasure of working with Yves. Thank you so much for making a very dynamic and interesting session, and thank you to all the participants that came and gave their contribution. The first thing we did was basically to define what we were talking about. So what are these non-power uses for the participants around the table? And people zoomed in on heat. So one of the important elements in non-power uses was heat, be it district heating, be it heat for industrial use, helping to decarbonize some industries. If you take the example of district heating, because heat cannot travel much, it needs to be produced close to where it's going to be used. And if it's going to be district heating, that means it needs to be produced close to the community. So you need clearly acceptance from the community for this particular use. So again, as in the other sessions, the element of public acceptance, even in this area of non-power, is key. And this public acceptance is not only of citizens. Of course, that's extremely important. but it's also the acceptance of other actors. For instance, if we're talking about using nuclear technologies in other areas, say moving away from district heating, say maritime use of reactors to displace vessels, you will then need to interact with people that are not used to this technology and to what comes with it. You need to interact with financing actors that had never heard of it. You need to interact with professional and accreditation bodies that are not used to dealing with it. You need to interact with regulators in other areas that are also not used to nuclear. So acceptance and communication is not just for the citizen, it has a much broader and wider scope. And how do you build acceptance? We then discussed. Well, be consistent in your communication. Lead, have the leadership be consistent in their messaging. And consistency is also over time. So this message needs to be there and needs to be repeated and needs to be the same over a number of years for it to actually be heard, for it to actually stick to people. And one of the ways in which you can build a positive messaging, we also discussed, is, for instance, again touching on non-power, was, for instance, to think about solutions that integrate, or about the uses of nuclear that can provide solutions for other problems that people may have, for other challenges that they may have, say, for instance, desalination, say, for instance, hydrogen production. So to bring the awareness that indeed it's not just electricity, not just for electrical power, but also for many other applications. And one of those applications that is actually quite dear to me, because of the post that I have, is in medicine. One of the things that surely must be incontroversial is that medical applications of nuclear technologies are important and are life-saving. And they will be more important as we move forward, as the pyramid, the demographic pyramid in Europe is inverted, as more and more of us will be, unfortunately, getting sick from non-communicating diseases, and these will have treatment, and that treatment will require the use of medical applications of nuclear technologies. That's such, despite the fact that it's very common in many people's lives, it's something that they may not be aware of, and it was considered a form of ambassador application that could be, a positive message that is basically has a wide scope of acceptance. Important is, of course, clarity in communication and professionalism. You need to have the right people also delivering the message, and the message needs to be adapted to the audience. And that includes, for instance, for financing actors, coherence. We've heard here what financing actors need: coherence, stability, the right market construct. And here, of course, the EU has a role. It needs to give the right key messages. For instance, talking about low carbon rather than choosing a specific technology, being technology neutral in their messaging, for instance. And finally, one final note on skills. We also touched upon the need for skilled workers. It is true that across Europe and across this industry, there is a changing of the guard, perforce. We need to replace those that are very knowledgeable, very competent, but will leave us. And we need to transfer that knowledge, and we need to have people to step up and take those roles. And we need, of course, to attract talent. For that, we also mentioned that non-power applications may be exciting, may be different, may bring new technology challenges that may resonate with a younger audience, specifically if you emphasize the aspect of sustainability that these technologies can bring, for instance. One of the important things, of course, that we need, and myself being a mother of a 17-year-old, it's very important to me. And when I see her and when I hear her speak and her friends, for them it's very important that things are actionable, that they are clear, and that they have a future. So it's very important that we provide them with an actionable future, a hopeful future. So a hopeful message for the future. That's what I hope we can bring to this generation if we want them to come work for us. Thank you.
Anna-Rita, thank you for that brilliant summary. Now we have three distinguished impulse speakers who are going to give us their prompt reactions to what we've just heard. Let me welcome to the stage Vice President of the GMF, Csaba Dohocki. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, actually, I think this is a very good initiation from the European Commission to have this part of discussion during the ENEF, because this is the forum when we can share our experiences and we can study from others directly. I participated at two World Cafe sessions. One of them was the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, and the other was the non-power industry usage, and I found both of them really useful. I think in case of the back end of the fuel cycle, we know that we have a big task. I mean, the solution of the final storage of radioactive waste, because we are waiting for this thing to be done for quite a long, and I think technically it's feasible. We know that, but the process is delaying, and we hope that Onkalo in Finland can be a great example, and it will fasten this process in future. In connection, and turning back the public, in connection with the backend, it is really important to involve the public from the beginning of the process, because as they are more involved and they have more information, they are more accepted towards this energy, this kind of technology. And the non-power industry usage, in many countries, people do not really know that how wide this range nuclear energy, nuclear technology is used. In many people know about the medical usages, because time to time they face with these issues, but the scale is much wider, and I think it's not only the task of the European level, but also on the national level, to give more information to people. A very good example from the IAEA, because they have on their webpage many information about these usages, from agricultural usage, for desalination, and so on, and that can help to understand the nuclear technology. It's not a kind of secret or this kind of issue. This is the part of our everyday life. So I think in this area we should have more communication about it in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Csaba. I'm going to welcome our next Impulse speaker now, partner at Clifford Chance, Mr. Gauthier Martin.
Thank you very much. I will not repeat what the rapporteur just said about the hurdles to financing, which I think are pretty well identified now. There seems like there is a sort of consensus about what these hurdles are or can be. So now it's all on policymakers to take their responsibilities, because for each and every of these hurdles, if you have some political willingness, there will be a regulatory framework which suits the needs of the industry and the private investors. There will be some support scheme which can work and which can make it happen, so that we have private capital which can help to finance all these needs we have in the nuclear sector. And when we look at projections, we know that nuclear will be part of the game, that we like it or not. That's just a simple fact, because I don't know what we can do otherwise. So hopefully this conference will be a part of the solution, which making and raising awareness in the community about what can be done, and there are really some available solutions. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Gauthier. And our final Impulse speaker this afternoon, European Nuclear Policy Consultant for the Clean Air Task Force, Emilia Janisch. Thank you, if you would like to welcome her. for the final impulse speak.
I guess there was some miscommunication on the duties. I was happy that I was concluding my 5-minute statement. I had a lot of discussions in couloirs what this ENEF is about and why it's so important that we bring these different stakeholders together. Yesterday I spoke to Jan Panek about the wishes. It's 18th edition. 18 years of discussions, but I think this is also a unique opportunity this year that young generation is speaking to the older generation, but also that we identify with solutions and solutions that are achievable on different levels. What I heard also today is also not only the job of the European Commission and also blaming European Commission for everything. We have in the nuclear alliance currently 15 countries. 15 countries willing to develop nuclear. Why not 20? Obviously, Austria and Luxembourg will not be the ones who join the club, but if from the European Council, so from the ministries of energy level, there will be clear call for action, then the Commission will follow. And this needs to happen on the national level. I'm from Poland, and in Poland we have also issues, a lot of issues, and in many other countries. But if we will speak, also the ministries will speak with one voice on nuclear. I'm talking about Ministry of Climate and Environment and Ministry of Energy, and I guess this is the case of many countries, also in the sea region, but other countries. I think then we will have a clear message from the countries, yes, we want to invest, we want to support nuclear, yes, we need a clarity on regulation, on strategy, on mechanism, on investing. And nowadays, Sweden is a great example to follow. Sweden is investing 23 billion euros in nuclear, that they give the guarantees to the investors, bringing 17 industrial users together with the support of the Ministry of Energy to say clearly, you can invest and we guarantee that this project that you are following will be continued after the term of our political term. So I think this is the great example of Sweden that we can follow, that we can apply in many countries, and on the EU level have the clear commitments from the Ministries of Energies within the Council, and together with the European Commission, the right regulations will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Emilia, thank you so much. Well, that brings us perfectly to our next session, because everything we've discussed today ultimately comes down to one thing: investing in the people who will carry this industry forward. The financing, the supply chains, the waste management solutions, the innovative applications, they all depend on having the right talent, the right skills, and the right vision for the future. Europe's nuclear industry needs up to 100,000 new skilled workers by 2050. But nuclear, it isn't yet trending on TikTok. We're competing with tech startups for the brightest minds. So how do we win that battle? This next panel is going to bring together young voices from across Europe alongside seasoned experts for a conversation about bridging that generational gap. So let me invite our moderators to the stage. Professor Vladimir Slugan from Slovak Technical University. Thank you. Welcome him. And Communication and Advocacy Director at Nuclear Europe, Jessica Johnson. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon. And yes, as we've seen, skills has been a sort of running theme throughout today's event. What's the panel going to be focusing on? Well, it's going to be looking at investing in young professionals and skills. We're hoping in the next 45 minutes to cover both the attractiveness angle. So how do we encourage more people, more young people, more women into the sector? But also, how can we ensure that the education and training which is being provided is meeting the needs of the industry? And with that, I would now like to introduce our 6 panelists. If you'd all like to make your way up to the stage whilst I introduce you. So first of all, we have Amsatou Diop, who's a nuclear HVAC and energy engineer at the EU, from the EU Young Energy Ambassador, and she's also a clean energy advocate. Welcome. Then we have Raúl Marquez, who is the Vice President of the European Nuclear Society Young Generation Network. We have Andrej Novak, who's a research associate from the Department of Nuclear Reactors, Faculty of Nuclear Sciences and Physical Engineering at the Czech Technical University. Followed by Eleonora Palizzi, who's from the Ispettorato Nazionale per la Sicurezza Nucleare e la Radioprotezione, so she's from the Italian regulator. Ivan Panchak, who is the project manager for SMRs at Javis. And last, but by no means least, Lotta Vuorenmaa from Women in Nuclear Finland. And I would now like to hand over to my co-moderator, Professor Slugen, for the first round of questions to our panelists.
Good afternoon. This is intergenerational panel. Everybody speak about it. I'm very lucky being in between the young people, but honestly, I am the old generation represented this intergenerational panel. So perhaps nobody will believe me, but I was also young. Now I'm perhaps young, perhaps, but with 40 years experiences, mostly with the contact with the young generation as the university professor, providing whole generation of the young students and changing in front of my eyes approach. And from this point of view, please allow me several questions to the young panelists, because these young people are flexible, networked, well educated in different disciplines, mobile skilled. And therefore my question, I start with, Amsatou, why you choose the nuclear? What was the reason that nuclear attracted you?
Hello everyone, thank you for your question. I think that question is the question that people ask me the most, because I'm not from a nuclear field. I've joined 2 years ago. What made me first in the energy industry is that I am half French and half Senegalese, and I actually grew up in Senegal as well. And as many people there, I experienced power cuts. I think some few person in this room can say the same. And darkness can be quite challenging for a child in a room, especially during the night. So I think that's the first thing that brought me into the energy industry. And then I went to study energy engineering and construction in France. And then I realized that the biggest challenge is not to produce energy, but it's to make it clean, accessible, and I would say fair. So we can see, we have been talking about this for a long time, that we need by 2030, 10,000 new opportunities for the industry, and that we need more people and everything. The challenge is here, but I think in many parts of the world now, people still experiencing power lack, and that Europe currently is conducting the most ambitious project, which is to hit the net zero by 2050. And I think, to answer your question, what brings me in this industry is this belief that nuclear, which is the most, how can I say it? The most ambitious project in Europe and developed in Europe can be accessible as well to the international model to reach sustainability and power luxury, if I can say it like that. Thank you.
It's an excellent approach. Thank you. The similar question to Raul. Coming from Spain?
Portugal.
Portugal. Good. Excuse me, there is a big difference because in Portugal there is no any nuclear power plant. Exactly. Explain us your decision for the nuclear.
Yes, it's very different. Thank you very much for the introduction. 40 years of career is quite impressive, so I hope to also reach there. And thank you for having ENEF IGN in this panel. I think it's very important to have youth represented. Indeed, I'm from Portugal, a country that doesn't really have nuclear experience. And I live in a small city close to the border with Spain, okay, by the river. And every so often, I heard this many times as I was growing up, every time that there was something in the river, the temperature was higher, it was always the fault of the Spanish. It was always the fault of nuclear Spanish. And of course, there's always banter between the two countries, you know, like the big brother. But there's a lot of misconceptions that people just believe, and they think it's the truth because they don't know. And you need to remember that my generation grew up as Homer Simpson as their reference, as a nuclear employee, okay? So we've been sort of formatted in that way. I went to university, I studied mechanical engineer, and as I was in my bachelor, like I assume a lot of people in this room, I got lucky that I met a brilliant professor that took the time to listen to me, to listen to some of the questions. And when I share with him this perspective of, oh, nuclear is like this, he said, well, let me take you somewhere. And we went from our university to the research reactor that exists in the outskirts of Lisbon. And I was impressed. I had no idea that such facility was in the outskirts of the city. I did not know the kind of work that it was done there. And I think it was really an eyes-opening moment for me. Eyes-open moment that was 15 minutes by bus from my home, okay? So I think that was the moment that I really got into nuclear, that I understood the complexity, the opportunities of what the sector presents. And that was also what basically led me to go into the EMINI program, a European project that allows education in multiple countries. Myself, I have a career that expands across different countries. And I could not have done that if the sector was not deep enough, it was not interesting enough. And even more important than how we get here, I think is what makes us stay, you know. And at least for me personally, I think youth outreach, and we talk about breaking our bubble. I think this is really something that really pushes and I really feel motivated to do. ENS YGN as a learned society has that role to provide knowledge, to provide neutral technology knowledge, and polls show that people trust learned societies. And
perfect, but I need to stop you.
Ah, okay, that's okay.
To give time also to our other speakers, I will change a little bit the question to Ondřej. I know Ondřej for several years, and I know he's active in dress of the Czech Nuclear Society, and going to the secondary schools and perhaps also other panels and try to attract young students. What argument do you use if you speak to the young people younger to you and attract them for the nuclear?
So I always say that students in nuclear engineering you can divide in two groups, nerds and those career-oriented people, which are maybe living close to the power plant, so they see they will have good life, or that as their parents or something like that. But you have these two groups. So once you are speaking with people, you basically, or at least I'm trying to offer them usually more this kind of nerdy option to explain them how it works, what kind of career option do they have there, and how nuclear is not just pushing button in nuclear power plant, as they may have this idea, because that's the mostly communicated vision of being nuclear engineer, but it has plenty of other beauties. So giving them the description of the broadness of the nuclear field.
Perfect. So when I done these lessons to the secondary school students, finally I stopped it and asked my PhD student, very pretty lady, Jana, and I told her, you have to go there. Good, Mr. Professor, I will do it. But after 10 times, she asked me, why even me? There are other PhD students, why me? Because you are chocolate face of our nuclear education. Good, I will turn to this side, to the Eleonora, and ask her, because she is representative of the state institution, it's Italian art of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and ask her, you graduate the university, and after that you are moved to the praxis, to the authority. Can you identify what was missing in your education for profession you do now?
Thank you for your question. I'm actually a biomedical engineer, so I landed in this sector, which is very different from my background. In fact, at ESIN, the National Inspectorate for Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection in Italy, I mainly deal with radiation protection, even on the nuclear field, but mainly on other aspects. And I think that the training system and the education system should have a more multidisciplinary approach, and so focusing yes on engineering, nuclear engineering, physics, but also on other disciplines such as the technical, legal disciplines, managerial especially. It would be very useful to have this competence in my institution. So, for example, I would have liked to have some information and some knowledge on communication skills, managerial skills, and so this.
All these features is necessary for the nuclear. I cannot repeat the same question to the Ivan, because Ivan is my student, and when I asked him what was wrong and missing in the study, and perhaps it's all true. But I will formulate the question, having in mind that Ivan graduated 2 universities, not only our Slovak Technical University in Nuclear Power Engineering, but also Korean institutions. He was 3 semesters in the Korea, or 4 semesters. Also diploma thesis was done on the Korean reactor. He can compare education at Europe, at Slovak Technical University, as well the King's institution, the Korean Institute for the High Technical Engineering. What was excellent in case of the Korean approach to the nuclear engineering? What was, according to your experience, the really beneficial, what is perhaps missing in Europe?
Well, thank you very much for the interaction as well as for your question, Professor. So yes, I had the opportunity to spend my master study in Korea, in KEPCO International Nuclear Graduate School. And to answer your question, I would say that the university system in Slovakia and in Korea, in my case, it was perfect because they were like supplementary. In Slovakia, I was lucky to get like a really good technical background, really good theoretical background. And the education system in Korea was mostly practical. So even the professors in Korea were people with 20, 30, 40 years of expertise in the nuclear industry. And they were taken as professors. So all the courses in the university were more of a project-oriented, we were solving the real world problems, real industry problems. So I would say that this was the difference. Like, I would say that without the background from the Slovak University of Technology, my life in Korea would be really, really difficult. However, the way that I had a good background from Slovakia, I could build on it while being in Korea and working on the real world problems.
Excellent, Ivan, thank you. And I will proceed to the Lotta. Lotta is representing women in nuclear coming from Finland, from nuclear and clever country. So, what do you think about the role of the women in the Finnish nuclear power engineering? Very terrible question. I agree with you, but I appreciate if the team is gender balanced, because it gives space for the men to be creative and for the women to enjoy the time and be involved in really exciting topics, project. What do you think about the role of the women in the nuclear engineering?
Thank you for your question. I think that women do play a really big role in the nuclear, regardless of what they're doing. So we do see that women they not necessarily doing so much technical work because they haven't sort of seen that as a career option. We do see that a lot of women come to nuclear as in other careers. And I think it's really important to see that that is as valuable as well. And women do have a lot to give if they would see the technology and engineering as a viable option as careers. And I don't think it's because it's not interesting for them. I do think that it's women are as interested in science and technology and engineering. It's more maybe that they don't know what kind of options they have. And I do see that those who have found their career in nuclear have a lot to give, and they do really have their place there.
Thank you, Lotta. My experience, because I had several students, diploma students, PhD students, I recognize that some of these women in nuclear is much more precise to the details than the men. For the man technician, yeah, roughly it's good and that's all. But some women are going to the detail and make it really by the woman way precise. I appreciate it. So, and of course, for the presentation of the nuclear topic to the public, the women are much more trustful than the men. Thank you. Jessica.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And maybe, Lotta, can we stay with you? I mean, I think one of the things we're trying to understand, because there's this focus on how do we get more women in nuclear, but more generally speaking, there's a lack of women going into STEM subjects. We see very often in secondary school, a lot of young women are interested in STEM, they're very good at STEM, but then we're losing it when it comes to university level. And I think instead of us trying to implement measures to make STEM or nuclear more attractive, I think it would be good to hear from you what you think we could be doing, more generally speaking, to make STEM at university level more interesting to women, but also how to then encourage them to stay on and take a career in nuclear. Do you have some thoughts on that you could share with us?
Yeah, and as I said, I think I don't believe the issue is that the young women wouldn't be interested in STEM. It's more about the career options. And for myself, how I found it was through a school visit to Olkiluoto. And then you see sort of this is an option. And it could probably be more of a thing that we don't know about it. We don't know, like nuclear hasn't productized itself and it doesn't show itself as a modern and a viable option. But I think it starts from a very young age and it's about presenting it and seeing, do we have any female role models for these young women to look up to and see that, hey, she did it too, and I can do it too. And we do see, for example, in Finland, we have about 20% of the nuclear employees are female, from young professional to top leaders, and one of my own role models is like Olkiluoto leader Jaana Isotalo, who's really, I think, done a great job of showing that women do have a place in both STEM and in the nuclear part.
Thank you for that. And maybe, I mean, obviously here we've been focusing on attracting more women into the sector, but maybe if I can turn to you, Amsatou, and to Raoul, do you have some thoughts on how we can make the sector, we can make, obviously, STEM subjects more attractive to young people in general, and then how we can then pull them into nuclear? I think thoughts from your side on that would be good.
I think that earlier during the discussion you gave a brilliant definition on that, a brilliant response on that question, where you were saying that we need to be proud of nuclear, remember? That we need to be proud of how we talk about it. And I think, like, yes, nuclear can be attractive to anyone, not necessarily young people, even people from all industry, but it has to, we have to tell its story differently that we are currently are. Because currently we know that nuclear employs around 1.1 million people, if I'm not mistaken, directly or indirectly. And from that, we have more needs that are gonna come again. And of course, young people, people from STEM has their place in it. So yeah, we need to realize that what attracts our generation today is the concept of purpose, okay? And I think that as a young energy ambassador, we, there are a lot of youth projects and organizations that are allowing this type of events or creating a platform for people to express themselves. And I think, like, it's just so important that we understand that including young people in the discussions and in the decision-making process will change everything, even the public opinion as well. So it's quite important, yeah.
Thank you. And Raoul, do you agree with Amsatou on that, or do you have some additional thoughts?
Yes, I think I agree, of course. As an engineer, let me just give you a few numbers, okay? 2 years ago at COP28 at UAE, there was a wish to triple nuclear capacity. If you look at the pink, it quotes around 180 to 250,000 new employees till 2050. 100K if we just need to renovate our workforce. France, the UK, quotes that they need 10,000 people for the next 10 years. So we heard in the previous session about having a hopeful future. It's true that these plans still need to materialize, but we have a good basis for a good future, and I think this attracts young people. However, there are challenges, and the fact that we have a very inverted pyramid, that we have a very age-experienced workforce, should be seen as an opportunity. We need to deploy a knowledge transfer programs, mentorship, so that we can couple experienced people with people that are still a little bit uncertain about the sector. During the supply chain option, we spoke about some education programs that would go more, not on a nuclear direction, so first there's the skills for nuclear, but more on a skill for energy direction, and to show that an engineer that works in solar, that works in nuclear, in wind, it's very similar. And as it was said before, I think that we need to be proud of the sector that we work for. We are our best ambassadors, and it seems like each time we talk about nuclear, there's always some sort of caveat, there's always some sort of budget or timing discussion. And we have great cases of success that we should be proud of.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, I take away from kind of the three remarks we've had. First of all, we need to be proud about the fact that we work in nuclear. We need to have role models, and we need to allow people to come and visit the site so they can really learn more about what nuclear is about. But then also we should be working across the different energy sectors and rather in that kind of silo approach so we engage more young people into the energy field. But maybe I'd like to head over to Eleonora and Ivan. I mean, obviously, Eleonora, from the regulator's side, with the increasing number of nuclear projects foreseen, there is a skills shortage on the regulator's side and in the industry as well. I mean, obviously, you're involved on the SMRs. And so, I mean, maybe apart from the fact that we need to get more people into the nuclear sector. Could you share some thoughts on what skill sets you think the Education Training Institute should really be focusing on to make sure that the workforce that's coming in has got the skills that you need? And maybe, Eleonora, if we could start with you.
Okay, from my perspective, so the perspective of the National Competent Regulatory Authority, in the event of a new beginning of the nuclear sector in Italy, because at the moment we do not have any nuclear power plants in operation, but only in decommissioning. So the main skill we need now is on decommissioning, but in the future, if nuclear will return in a more innovative and sustainable way, we will need knowledge on new technologies, so we expect that universities, colleges, and all the education and training institutes will focus on these new technologies such as fusion, SMR, AMR, and as I said before, also on some soft skills, such as communication, for example, to be ready to, in case face an emergency, which is a delicate situation, for example. So yes, I think education and training institutes should provide a systemic view to the young future professionals in the sector.
Thank you, Elona. And Ivan, do you agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree. Thank you. And I will just add one thing, like in nuclear engineering, like there are many various positions from all sorts of technology. We have chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, nuclear engineers in the power plant, and each of them must have a specific skill set. So what I think is the best, it's difficult to tell the university, okay, we want this for your students to know when they come to our company, but I think the better approach is to engage with the students in the final classes directly through, for example, a program of internships, scholarships, and field and technical trips. For example, I work in Slovak nuclear and decommissioning company, Javis, and we have signed a memorandum of understanding with Brno University of Technology, and last week, first 2 students have finished their internship in our company. And also, from my point of view, I was also given the opportunity while I was a student to being engaged in an internship program for almost 2 years in Slovak nuclear engineering company VUE. And I think it gave me a great insight of how the real work looks like, what the people need, and to have a better overview.
Thank you. And maybe now I head over to the educational side. So Andre, I mean, you've heard from the regulator and from industry what sort of skills they need, but what support do you need from industry to make sure that you're able to provide the students with these skills?
It's a very good question. In the way, we just need to have open doors there. Internships, field trips, and this kind of cohabitat together with them. And they need to be open for that, and that's basically all. Our department has this very good developed with UJV, with CHES, with other companies, and we really have good connection. So even some classes are taught by experts from the industry, and this way we can adapt to students for the future. However, university education is not a training. It's different. And companies sometimes think that training will be done at the universities, and that's wrong understanding. The students, even though they are studying nuclear engineering, nuclear reactor major, some of them end up in science developing Generation 4 reactors. Some of them are going directly to the power plant. Some of them are in regulatory body. They need totally different trainings. And so it's up to these kind of entities to provide the training, but we need to provide them the skills, the general skills, so they can actually succeed in all these fields.
Thank you. So what I'm really hearing is we need much more cooperation and collaboration between the industry, the regulators, and the education and training institutes to really make sure we're meeting the needs of the industry, but that also you know how to meet those needs.
Yeah. The other question is about quantity of them. That's different. Or if you want to also ask on that, to provide enough.
Yes, but I think on providing enough, that's going to be linked to the attractiveness side. I think in terms of making sure we've got enough workforce, it's really focusing on how do we get more young people interested in these subjects. And I think that was the point that the three previous speakers had sort of touched upon.
So if I can add to this, I think like these kind of examples and explaining what kind of career opportunities are there are great, but it always starts and ends with money. And if you look on the engineering major in electrical engineering, and if you compare salaries in utilities or distribution companies and nuclear, very often nuclear is not winning. And to attract the students at high school level and also during the university, they are not dumb. They can calculate, they see how things are costly around us. And if other companies and other sectors out of nuclear are offering better salaries, better conditions, or maybe less requirements, no psychological assessments, clearances, and etc., they decide differently. And it's the problem of the nuclear sector to compete with that and say that nuclear has a well-paid job. Not only say it, but also do it.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for those insights. We have 4 minutes left, and so I would now like to hand over to Professor Slugan to give us a few concluding remarks.
If you expect something clever, forget it. Perhaps I will mention 2 examples and importance to trust the young generation. I remember from the speeches of my old colleagues how the young generation came to the nuclear in Czechoslovakia, in locality Jaslovské Bohunice, where the first Czechoslovak nuclear power plant was built. The old generation was completely missing. There were only young graduates in the age 25, 30 years, because that time in Czechoslovakia did not exist expert professional in the nuclear. And because the old engineers were afraid about the nuclear, all the responsibility was almost of young people just graduated the school, obtained 500 workers behind, and big responsibility. And because they have to solve the problem, they were learning, they doing, they repeating it, etc. So what it's first, my remark, we have to give trust and responsibility to the young generation. After that, they will grow, not stagnate. And this is the problem by the knowledge transfer. If the young generation have not controlled speed towards improvement, they lose dynamic, lose interest, we lose this generation. The second example is from my very, very old friend, Mirden Davis. Unfortunately died. And he told me, 90% of my knowledge I learned in the first year of my professional career. This year was 1957 and locality was Windscale after accident. And it's paradoxically, but we are troubles. We are abnormal situation. You have to learn, study, and solve the problem, increasing the knowledge. I not promote for the accident like Windscale, but only if you let the young generation lose some problems and find the solutions for it, and you are staying behind them. For example, my case, after 22 years, I stopped my function, president of the Slovak Nuclear Society, and very good guy, Tomáš Naňo, is now elected to the new president. 37, young guy, very good, very skilled. And I told him, I will stay behind you. I will serve as your Secretary General for all issues you can't do. I do it. And that approach which should be, the old generation should stay behind the young and support them. Because only if we support the young generation, creativity, all this new information and ability of the young, how the nuclear can grow and promote. That's all from my side. 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. And a big thank you to our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody. Well, I think a key message there was let's tell the nuclear story differently. And that was something that came out for me. Ladies and gentlemen, coffee time. Please reconvene at 3:35 in 15 minutes for our final session on long-term operations. And please come back, because I promise it will be very interesting. Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats for our final session, Safe and Predictable Long-Term Operations for the Existing Reactor Fleet, Challenges, Opportunities, and Lessons Learned. Now we're turning to the backbone of Europe's nuclear system, the reactors already here, already proven, and already powering millions of homes across the continent. Many of these plants built in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They were originally designed for around 40 years of operation, but today many are still going strong. And the question is, can they safely run for another 60, 70, or 80 years? Across Europe, countries are investing in long-term operation and modernization programs, installing new safety systems, updating technology, and carrying out comprehensive inspections to extend reactor lifetimes by decades. Now, this is not just maintenance, it's large-scale renovation requiring major resources, rigorous oversight, and absolute commitment to safety. Now, the benefits are clear. Life extensions are among the most cost-effective ways to meet our decarbonization goals, keep energy affordable, strengthen competitiveness, and ensure security of supply. So looking ahead, more reactors are expected to undergo upgrades and even power uprates, which means even greater output from assets that we already have. So, how do we get this right? How do we balance ambition with safety, speed with thoroughness, and cost with quality? Well, that's what we're going to explore now in today's panel. As well as policymakers, we'll hear from leaders who run these plants, regulators who oversee them, financiers who fund them, and local officials who live with them. Now, they bring real-world experience from success stories to hard-won lessons. And we also want to hear from you in the audience, so you can take part in the discussion through Slido. So please get your device. You can go to slido.com and you can enter ENEF 2025, and you can connect there to answer our questions throughout the panel. We're all also interested if you have any questions, so please use it. There'll be a box where you can type in your questions for us, and I'll put them to the panel towards the end of our discussion. So, let's get started. Please join me in welcoming now our panelists. We're going to start with Director of DG ENER at the European Commission, Mr. Jan Panek, who's going to join us on stage. Thank you so much. The Chairperson of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority for the Slovak Republic is also going to join us, Marta Žižková. Thank you so much. The Mayor of the Slovakian village of Kalna nad Hronom, where the Mohovice nuclear power plant is located, and GMF member, Mr. Igor Gogora. Thank you so much, Igor. The CEO of Exim Banka SR, Mr. Rastislav Podhoretz. Thank you for joining us up on stage. And finally, the Director of the Programme and Strategy Division of the Nuclear and Thermal Production Directorate at EDF, Miss Sylvie Richard. Thank you so much. Now we're going to begin with everybody's opening statements. Now, Jan, you lead the European Commission's work on nuclear energy, safety and ITER, shaping EU policy on nuclear energy and its role in our decarbonisation pathway. Now, the Commission has identified nuclear LTO as a key element in Europe's future energy mix. How essential are lifetime extensions for meeting the EU's 2040 and 2050 climate and energy policy targets? And what risks do you see if industry and member states underdeliver? Jan.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And many thanks, Yves, for the introduction. You stole most of my lines, so it will be easy probably to stick to the first 5 minutes. So I think full agreement with you on the advantages and the benefits. Why are LTOs so important? I think we had references to PINC, the Nuclear Illustrative Program issued by the Commission before the summer, a number of times already last night and then again today. So those of you who have seen the PINC, you know that there is a figure given by the Commission on the evolution of the total installed capacity in nuclear, with a very clear indication that that figure is a base scenario based on a evaluation of different situations that could happen. It's based on information that we have received from member states about their plans of investment into nuclear. So it's not our modeling, it's not some sort of a prediction or result of models. It's actually just a result of adding up the numbers received from member states about their plans. And depending on how much you expect the plans to actually materialize in reality, you end up with a range. The lowest figure that you would have for 2050 is just above 70 gigawatt, while the highest in the range is over 140 gigawatt. And the middle ground in between is about 109, which is the number that we put in pink. But we indicated also the range. And now the biggest driver of that range is the realization of LTOs. There is also a very big dependency on the realization of the new build plans that member states have posted. But for the LTOs, the LTOs are a big driver. So this is why it's important to speak about them. Now, what's in it for everybody? I think you have said it, Yves, very clearly. The challenges are there as well. We know that. We know that the skills situation is equally relevant for LTOs. If you are extending the lifetime of a physical asset, you also need to extend the employment of the experts, and that obviously can be a challenge in a situation where you have an aging workforce and you may not be able to attract enough talent for both new build and for the prolongation of the life. You also still require investments. LTOs are not done for free. They entail some level of additional investment into modifications, upgrades, improvements. In the pink, we have indicated a figure of 36 billion, so it's a relatively small part of the total investment, small part of the 241 billion that would be needed, but it is still a significant number. 36 billion you don't find every day on the street. So the economic advantage is big. You get a lot of benefit for a relatively limited investment, but still up in absolute terms, big chunk of the money. Now that scale of the change is also the scale of the scale of the equipment that would have to be purchased and installed for that money is also quite a challenge, because if you look at the and for that we also have a graph in the pink, which I can recommend everybody to have a look at because it's very graphic. It's only about 5% of the current installed capacity that still will be available in 2050 without an LTO. Or if you actually say the other way around, within the 109 gigawatts that would be available to produce nuclear electricity in 2050, 40 or 50 would be generated in reactors that will have to be LTO'd by then. So that gives you an impression of the challenge also in terms of the supply chain capacities that would be needed for that purpose. So I think these are the things you should put on the other side of the balance if you are actually talking about advantages. And I skip completely the points about safety because we know that this is sine qua non, and maybe we will get to it later, but we have people who are much better placed to speak about it. You also need to take into account the role of the public acceptance and and public engagement. I think that, again, I will leave to others to comment, but I would want to pick up on one point that came through the reports from the breakout sessions in the previous, just before the coffee break, where my colleague Anna Rita, reporting from her group, said that in order to attract the young generation, they need to see there is something in it for the future. They are really oriented on things that make sense, but also have a message, have a promise for the future. And I want to link it with what Gianfranco said about the importance of taking care of our waste, that a civilized society is really civilized only if it takes care of our waste. So I think to project a positive message for the future to the next generation, we need to have responsible solutions for waste, and that obviously means that for an LTO you are prolonging the life and therefore extending the amount of waste that will be produced, and you do need to have also solutions for that. I think it will be an important driver of public acceptance and public engagement, but as I said, I will leave that to people who are better placed to comment.
Okay.
And with that I stop. Thank you.
Jan, thank you so much. Now, Marta, I'd like to bring you in now. You're the head of Slovakia's nuclear regulator. You hold the keys to these extensions. What are the key technical and safety challenges regulators face when assessing reactors beyond 60 years? And how confident are you that these can be managed while maintaining public trust?
The question is really very, very precise, because if we want to predict the behavior of the units after 60 years of operation, we need to have data which were there before. So safe and reliable operation of plants is not something what is stable or what is one moment. All aspects dealing with the safety and reliability is influenced by the operation of the plant. It means how operator keeps the rules, keeps the parameters. If they are changing some things, for example, operating the power, which will definitely change the analyses which were carried out before. Nevertheless, also the staff is adding to the safety and reliability of the plant, and it means that all time it's necessary really properly follow the operation. There is quite often discussion what does it mean long-term operation, or even how we are going to prolong the operation of the plant. And we do not have the same definition what is there, because we have the license which is not time limited. Nevertheless, precisely yearly, once per 10 years, and also then later, we are evaluating the status of the plant from each aspect which is there. So it means that it is a bit different, let's say, as comparing it with the countries which issue the license for 40 years, and just then they are looking on the plant as it is, and if they want to operate further, they need to do backfitting at that moment. In our case, so we prefer to have backfitting at least one per 10 years, so it means much more often, not to have in one huge project when the plant is 40. And what is, in my view, the best is when we are able to collect data from the beginning of the operation, even before starting the operation, to have all important data collected, and then regularly comparing and evaluating the trends which are there. It can give us quite a lot of, I would say, solutions for prediction of operation. And what is also important, it has to be taken into account that some phenomena can be much more stricter or much more appearing when the plant is in operation longer, and that it is really important to have also some research which can do prediction of the behavior, for example, of concrete. So it is very specific part of our nuclear power plants, which shall, as the last, I would call that station which can protect the environment and inhabitants against radiation. So it means that containment has to be able to fulfill its task now, in 40 years, in 60 years, in 80 years as well. So it is really something what is very important. And in general, at the beginning of each process, there is the program for LTO, which really defines what we have protect in such a manner that if we will lose this part, we will lose the plant. One part is, let's say, containment. The other one is a reactor pressure vessel. If it will be damaged, so there is no chance to continue with the operation. Then there are some equipment which maybe can be replaced, but they are so expensive in this moment that it will be more, or it will be better to stop the plant and not to operate it further. And then there are equipment which really can be replaced without problems if there is someone who produces this type of equipment. Obsolescence can create quite a huge obstacle. Nevertheless, with nowadays, I would say, skills in backward engineering and ability to use other techniques for production of specific pieces of equipment, it would be possible to operate the plant maybe longer than we expected. And I'm always think on our predecessors with really admiration because they were able to produce materials, for example, for reactor pressure vessel, which can withstand in a safe operation for 60, 80, and maybe more years. So I wish us all to be able really to go forward with good predictions and that we will be able to assure that the safe and reliable operation of our plants, even in long-term operation, will bring us all some profit.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marta. I want to bring in the local community perspective now. Igor, you represent the local perspective because you're the mayor of a community living next to a nuclear power plant. What are the main benefits and challenges your residents face in hosting a nuclear power plant, especially as lifetime extension discussions move forward?
Thank you very much for the question. The nuclear power plant is there more than 30 years, so we make a community, and we really value the stable jobs. And also it's very good if operators speak with employees, because they are working there and they should know everything about ideology, about transparency, about things what they will do, and they can bring it home and they can speak at home because they are there every day, and it's getting every day better and better and better, and that's why people will trust this nuclear power plant. And at that time we are really proud that we have a nuclear power plant behind our houses, because we trust this kind of energy is sustainable, and we are really glad because just not every city has a nuclear power plant. But also it's very important in judgment, and we would like to be not just stakeholders, but we would like to be like a partners. I mean, we don't have to give the permissions or something like this, but we would like to know and speak with our citizens, and that happens, so that's why I'm really glad about that.
Okay, thank you. It's good to hear the word proud used. We heard that a little earlier on, so thank you for that. Now, Rastislav, you lead Slovakia's Export-Import Bank and serve on the GES board. You're at the heart of nuclear energy financing and the long-term investment decisions that make these modernization programs possible. How do you see the role of financial institutions and Exim Banka in supporting strategic energy investments, such as lifetime extensions of nuclear power plants?
Thank you very much for the invitation here. It's maybe strange why we are here, as we are export credit agency, and our role is to support the export. As it was said today in the morning by Brano Striček, the electricity and the production of the electricity has no borders, as the Slovakian market and the electricity market is the part of the European market. Then the electricity generated in Slovakia is the really export article. So they are most of the production they are exporting to the Europe. So this is the reason why we, as the export credit agency, are interested into supporting nuclear power plant operations and all activities related to them. Our role at the beginning, we are export credit agency, so our role is to decreasing and reducing investment uncertainty and ensuring access to the financing. So this is our role. Lifetime extension of nuclear power plants is not just a technical measure, but a strategic step for the country and energy security and sustainability. What we can do and what we are providing, ECAs do more than provide money. We are unlocking the project. We do de-risking the projects, we are making suppliers, we are giving confidence to provide investors. For example, if a turbine manufactured is baked by ECA, this production of the turbine can be delivered on time and on predictable costs.
Okay, thank you so much for that input about the banking side of it. Now finally, Sylvie, EDF is managing the biggest fleet modernization in Europe at the moment with your Grand Carénage program and recent approvals of 20 reactors to operate beyond 40 years. So tell us, as you know exactly what's happening, what are the biggest challenges in getting these projects done on time, on budget, while keeping the regulators happy?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Yes, for EDF, LTO is a key lever for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, but also a key lever for competitiveness, reindustrialization, and also security of supply. And extending life is the cheapest way to produce controllable and carbon-free electricity. For example, we will start in 2026 the periodic safety review to go from 40 to 50 years for the fleet of the 1300 megawatt. It's 20 units, and it's roughly 7 billion euros, meaning 350 million euros per unit. So one of the cheapest way compared to building a new build, even though we are also aiming to build new build. Regarding also the security of supply, because EDF is 57 reactors and our place in the middle of Europe, also very connected to the east. So we also are part of security of supply, and in a sense our LTO program is also a way to maintain stability and also the inertia needed for a supply and electricity system. So as I said, in France we have periodic safety review, so PSR, each 10 years. And each time we reassess compared to new requirements regarding core system, seismic events, climate events, and so on. So it means that each 10 years we proceed to quite huge modification on the plant. The shutdown is around 6 months when it's a huge one each 10 years. And this review are very important just to have the authorization for the Nuclear Safety Authority for 10 years more. And how are we on time and on budget? Because this is what happened in France, and for sure we are quite proud of that. In my department, we launched a project around 8 years before the first unit. So I said we have 20 units, so that we will proceed to that. But the first unit, so the first of a kind, 8 years before we launch a project. And these 8 years, it is the time to converge with the Nuclear Safety Authority, but also with the civil society, because we have meeting all around these 8 years. So for me, the main challenges, because it was your question, it's managing complexity, so quite huge project. It's thousands of tasks during these 6 months. So cooperation, we spoke about cooperation this morning, cooperation between engineering center, plant operator, and also the management director and the project director is really important. upgrading to modern safety standards and also edging components, because I told you we are going to 40 to 50 right now, but we also launched a project to go beyond 60. So edging of the components is for sure a big topic, and especially, as you said, the non-replaceable components. So we have to follow that. And for going beyond 60 years, it's not 8 years before that we launched the project. It's 20 years before that we launched the project. Just to make sure that if we want to change the way we modelize, so we have time to do that with the safety authority. HR and knowledge transfer, we also spoke about that all along the day. So it's also a total challenge. And it's for EDF and also contractors. It's heavy demands on skilled personnel. And as I told, the regulatory relationship and also transparency. So it's an ongoing dialogue with the regulator and also the civil society. So all these challenges is the key to manage this quite big, huge project.
Okay, so lots of challenges there. Let's talk then a bit about the benefits again. Let's bring in the audience before we dig in a bit deeper. Please connect to Slido. If you haven't already, you can go to slido.com and you type in ENEF 2025. And the first question we're going to ask you is rank these benefits of LTO projects, putting the most important first. So you can see there the different benefits that we have listed. Economic benefits such as cost effectiveness, affordability and investment efficiency, contributing to EU targets like climate neutrality, energy security, strategic autonomy, energy independence. There's also another one, maintaining grid stability and reliability. And then finally, optimal use of existing infrastructure and retaining jobs and skills. So I'll just give you a few moments to respond before we get a bit more of a reaction. 4 people so far responded, so please log on and give us your points of view. Okay, well, I think there's a clear leader there, what the audience are thinking. Economic benefits, such as cost effectiveness, affordability, and investment efficiency. Jan, then let me ask you, would you agree that's the #1 benefit of LTO projects?
I think this would be really a question for those operators that actually do LTOs. This would be for EDF to say whether it pays back. It makes sense. I think some of the candidates here on the list are double-edged swords. They are both benefits and challenges, and some others are, I would say, mostly benefits. The first one, economic benefit, I think affordability, return on investment clearly is a positive aspect. It's at the same time challenge because, as I said, it doesn't come for free. You generate the economic benefits through investing money, and that money you need to first find. For me, an important, and by the way, similar kind of dual character applies to the 5th point, retaining jobs and skills. Yes, LTO is an opportunity for prolonging the employment opportunities, but at the same time, it requires continuation of the workforce, which, as we heard, may be a challenge bigger than the longer-term job prospects, at least in some countries. One point I would like to pick up is on the grid stability and reliability, the candidate #2. We haven't spoken about it too much, but I think it's an important element. It links to the contribution of LTOs to security, and I think that's something that Mr. Podhoretz referred to earlier. Not only LTOs represent the opportunity to prolong a homegrown source of energy, but they also have a positive effect beyond the borders of the given member states. And here I would like to remind, sorry to bore you with another figure from the pink, but 90% of the member states that were actually in 2023 net exporters were operating a nuclear fleet on their territory. So I think the role of nuclear in making a member state able to provide electricity also beyond its borders is documented. And for me, that's an important benefit from LTOs as well.
Okay, then Marta, can I bring you in again then, please? Do you see opportunities for greater cross-border regulatory cooperation to streamline lifetime extension approvals without compromising safety or public trust?
So as far as concerned communication with our partners across the border, we have the position where really our neighbors are operating the same type of the units as we do. So quite a lot of information we are gathering, we can share, and we can help each other to go forward in this area. So it is really very important. Yes, so you know, Czech Republic, Hungary, Ukraine, so that are our partners, as well as Finland, despite the fact that they are not our neighbor as these three previously mentioned. So it's really very important, and it helped us even to identify challenges which can appear in a short period of time. So I highly appreciate cooperation between us, and I hope that we will cooperate in this direction in the future as well.
Do you think it's realistic then to operate for 80 or even 100 years through repeated safety reviews? Is that something that's really feasible, do you think?
It's the question which is really, it would be just a very, very rough guess, so it would be not fair. So I prefer to evaluate safety, if not daily, so at least once a year, to look deeply, more deeply on the safety, because as I have said, so it is not the parameter which is not changing, so it's really very vivid, and it can change from the evening to the morning, and it can be completely different. Nevertheless, I believe that materials which are used at plant, if operated properly, they can withstand, let's say, 60, 80, maybe even more time. But it is the only which we can say. So it really depends how operator will deal with this very valuable equipment.
Okay. Thank you so much. Difficult question. I want to bring in the audience again now for our second Slido question. This time, you just have to pick one. What is the most critical factor for successfully implementing lifetime extension projects? So there are several options: regulatory compliance and safety assessment, technological upgrades and modernization, economic analysis and cost management, stakeholder engagement and public support, or, which some of you may pick, all of the above. Just give you a few seconds to vote. Okay, so we've got just over 20 people have responded, and you have chosen regulatory compliance and safety assessment as the most critical. So I'm going to bring you in again, Marta, to respond to that. What are the most significant safety challenges then encountered during reactor life extension projects?
As it was said, so it's really important to prepare the good LTO program, because this helps a lot with organizing of the things. So the license holder needs to know what are the requirements. As it was explained, for example, by EDF, it is for all European Union countries operating nuclear power plants. So existing status of the plant is compared to the newest standards or requirements, which are in general harmonized through our countries. And they try within this periodic safety review to assess if it is for a reasonable sum of money really to reach the existing required new status, or they are able to compensate it by the other means. So it means that it is very important for LTO, and because we are quite small country having these units in operation, so then the license holder prepares the project, which can take 8 years, and through these 8 years, they have to implement all identify fields where there is possibility to replace something and to put there something more modern and more reliable, or if they are going to introduce compensatory measures. Of course, regulatory bodies always assess in the report which deals with the evaluation of the plant. If we have the feeling that they omit something, so we require them to go there and to make additional, let's say, study or assessment to really to address properly the needs, which will address safety, and we will be able to communicate this to the public and to the international community.
Okay, thank you. And now we have had 38 people in the room have responded to the question. 45% of you saying the most critical factor is regulatory compliance and safety assessment. So let's shift now to the financial side. These programs, they can cost billions. Without them, Europe risks losing capacity. Rastislav, given the long-time horizons of nuclear projects, what financial instruments or risk mitigation tools can financial institutions offer to make these investments more attractive?
Okay, let me give me some comment on that. We are not experts on nuclear, we are bankers, and we are not bankers, we are export credit agency, and as you know, ECAs are regulated by the OECD rules, so we can offer only what is accepted on average and general rules. So for us, the key is long-term financing under the stable and predictable conditions that reflect the life cycle of the project. The instruments which we are offering are same for each export project which is on the table. So, for example, export, pre-export and investment loans, guarantees against political and commercial risks, insurance against non-payment, and structured financing involving multiple partners. What is interesting in terms of us, we are the only ECA in Europe who has the pillar assessment. European Commission assessed our capacity to work in with the funds of EU, and we are using this unique position that we are searching and checking all possible sources which are available in Europe, and it's possible to use for such projects. So we are searching for such activities and such sources which will be available. What I have to say is that we don't have exact experience with financing life extension, because we are not financing, but we are ready to support if it will happen in Slovakia.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to bring you back in then, Sylvie. EDF is balancing both lifetime extensions and new builds. How do you decide where to allocate capital then between expanding the current fleet and investing in large-scale new projects or SMRs, for example, to ensure security of supply and competitiveness, especially given France's expanded nuclear ambitions?
Actually, if we want to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, in France and in Europe, electricity demand must double, roughly. So the purpose is not to choose between a new build and LTO. So the purpose is more to focus. And the real issue is electrifying buildings, transports, connections at the necessary pace. So electrification must become a strategic priority for Europe. And that's also the reason why we don't really choose. So as I told, we are launching LTO beyond 60 years, and also an EPR2 program in France.
Okay, thank you. And given the scale of financing required, how is EDF adapting its strategy to secure long-term investment for LTOs? given the scale of financing required, what is EDF doing to secure long-term investment for LPOs?
Yes, because of taxonomy and the way it goes on the good way, thanks to the European community. So, for example, for the DLTO program, in May 2024, EDF obtained a 5.8 billion euro green loan, so dedicated to refinancing investment in the existing plants. So this is one way for financing, or at least financing the investment regarding LTO. And considering new build, so it's still in progress. We have to find 70 billion, 70 billion. So it could be subsidized loan from government, covered over 55%, with the cost of zero interest during the building and or the construction to manage that.
Okay. Well, we've looked at the technical and financial pillars, but none of this works, of course, without public trust. Let's turn again to the community perspective. Igor, you live with this every day. As we've said, there's a nuclear plant right next door. You said your residents are proud of this. Slovakia has pretty good public support for nuclear, but tell us, what role does honest communication play in keeping that trust?
Excuse me, what kind of communication?
Yeah, what role does the honest communication play with your community?
Very important things, like how I said, is that that our citizens, they are working there, and they can bring information home, and we can speak about it. But also we have a committee with almost 100 mayors are there, and we can meet maybe 2 or 3 times per year, and we can speak with operators, regulators, and other authorities, and we can get information before they will do something. And it's very important for us, because after that, if we know what is going on, we can tell later to our citizens, and we can speak about it. And I think that this is the best important thing what they can do, speak before.
What advice then would you give to, we've heard a lot about public trust and communication with the public today. What advice would you give to other communities who are trying to get that public trust from the people living there?
I think safety production, and speak and speak and speak. And if will something happen, they should speak and tell what's going on, what happened. And that's very important, this kind of transparency, and we need to really feel that we are not just stakeholders, we are partners, because it's company, they are making energy, just not just, but important things is business. So economy aspect is also very important for this area.
Have you come across or come up against any problems within the community, and how did you deal with them?
What kind of problems you mean?
Or people being anti-nuclear, or people being concerned about safety?
No, really. No, really. But I think that problem can very good is that this nuclear power plant is there decades, long years, and I would like to say that very important for operators is to educate the people and never stop, because I can see problem that like it happened in Germany, that sometimes can be came up some politic with charisma, and they can speak about that the nuclear is not good for our region, and that's if he will have a space for this, it's not good. That's why nuclear power plants, they should speak about their transparency and about production, about everything, and never stop, really never stop, and speak and speak and speak. Maybe if they also feel good, they don't have to, but they should. They really should, and never stop.
Okay, thank you. So open communication and transparency is key. So we've heard a bit about the technical, financial and community debates. Time for another Slido now. This is our final one, and it's a word cloud now to find out your thoughts. So please connect once again. In one word, what makes or breaks an LTO project? So you can write anything. Well, within reason, you can write anything. So what makes or breaks a lifetime extension project in one word? Planning. License. Okay, there we go. License, political will, political willingness, twice, political competence, planning. Okay, planning and political will coming out strongly there. I'll give you a few more seconds. So far, we've got 14 people writing words. Okay, so I think coming out there strongly is planning, safety, economics, political will. But planning's getting bigger by the second. So, Jan, let me bring you in then. Do you think planning is the make or break aspect when it comes to LTO projects, and what can we do to improve that and address that?
We have a room full of experts, so if they say that planning is key, planning is key. But actually, we heard that also from the regulator. And I think it makes sense. Obviously, it's important already for the new build to be built with a possible LTO in mind. Now, if the current installations that come to the end of their design lifetime, original design lifetime, have not planned from the beginning, it's not lost. I hope the regulator would agree that it can still be made up for, but maybe the proofs that need to be given to the regulator for the agreement to the prolonged lifetime will be more difficult to achieve. So I think, yes, planning is key. Sometimes, if you haven't planned in the past, you cannot undo it. But sure, if you plan well ahead. But now look, the grading is changing, and now it comes back to safety.
It's come back to safety.
It's come back to safety because indeed, I understand also from the mayor that this is what people first and foremost ask for. I mean, they are happy to be proud of something that they know is actually safe and they can be proudly associated with. If it's not safe, it's not the case. Political will at some point was number one and slid back. But I want to link it to, I want to link the reference to political will to something that was discussed earlier in the morning sessions, where we spoke about the conditions, or others on the panel here spoke about the conditions for investment, and they were saying that there needs to be a certainty of a long-term prospect, certainty of demand, etc. And that depends a lot on political signaling, on the availability of clear long-term policy that gives the necessary assurance that nuclear will be needed. We are, from the Commission side, trying to provide that. I think my DG was very clear on that. It's important that member states also do that, so that there is, in the local communities, but also in the industry, a clear understanding that politically there is every intention to have nuclear in the energy mix for the long term.
Okay, so just their safety
but
is...
changing all the time, so I stop.
25 people have taken part. Safety, political will, planning, and economics really coming out there as the key make or breaks for these projects. So we're coming now towards the end of the session. I'm going to bring in the audience again. We've got a couple of questions, hopefully, that are going to come up on the screen. I'm going to put to the panel now. If anyone has typed a question in for our panel, they're going to appear on the screen. Should power uprates be systematically pursued in LTO programs? What are the limitations? Sylvie, could I ask you that?
Yeah, for sure, it's a smart tool. We started power rates on the 900 megawatt fleet for 11 units over the 32. And finally we stopped because of the regulation in France. We were supposed to shut down definitively 14 reactors. So it happened to Fessenheim, and 12 were pending. And right now, because the visibility is better, we are starting again this program of power upgrades. So this is on the secondary part of the plant. So for the 900 megawatts, we will have 13 units that will have this program. We are also thinking about the 1300 megawatt. This is different technology, but the constructor said that, the contractor said that it will be possible. So for sure, especially with the visibility of beyond 60 years, so maybe to 70, 80 years. So for sure, it's a good return on investment, and to do it the earlier, if possible.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got time for a couple more questions, if any have come through. Another question for the panel? Okay, MPPs in LTO are cash cows. What about coupling LTO cash for support financing of new builds to be ready to take over in 15 or 20 years? Rastislav, can I ask you that question?
Yes, definitely. NPPs are cash cows, as we see it with our client. It's always the question how to look on that. We, as the ECA, we are regulated, so we are not able to preparing the financing for the 20 years and 15 years. But it's the question which we can discuss and speak together with let's say private investors.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have a final question from the audience? Perhaps we have one more. Okay, there we go. A third question. We heard the LTO needs 20 years planning. How to ensure the continuity of the LTO decision within short-term political challenge and the role of the EC? So Jan, I think that was another one for you.
Yes, because EC is referenced there, but I said it in my previous intervention. I think I fully agree. There needs to be a clear expression of long-term political intention to rely on nuclear. The Commission is saying that. It cannot be just the Commission, it has to be also the Member States. So I can only agree. If I can react to the previous two questions, though, especially to the one just before now, whether it would not be nice to have actually now 15 to 20 years to milk the LTO'd reactors to build up money for new builds. If only it were that easy. We need the new build tomorrow, so we cannot wait for 15 to 20 years. But maybe there is an opportunity in that for the banking sector, because they are good at putting money together where there is a time gap. This is actually the purpose of banking. So, so that I wanted to react to the previous question, yes.
Okay. And Jan, then one final question from me as we're coming to the end of the session. Given everything that we've discussed today, how confident are you that Europe can achieve its LTO potential while maintaining high standards?
How confident am I? Time will tell. I think when Marta was asked whether it can be prolonged, whether lifetimes can be prolonged to 80 years or 100 years, and she refused to say that. I fully understand why not, because time will tell. We will see every 10 years PSR, and we'll see where it stops. And I think the same applies here. How confident am I? Well, I think we will see every year whether the trajectory that we have now in the pink is actually anywhere, whether the actual trajectory is anywhere near the trajectory that we have put in the pink on the basis of the information from the Member States, or whether we are from year one actually starting to deviate.
Okay, Thank you so much. Well, thank you to our panelists. Thank you for joining us, and for everyone for submitting your ideas through Slido. Now, let me share a few reflections of what we've heard. From Slido 1, the audience prioritized economic benefits, aligning with Jan's emphasis that lifetime extensions support Europe's climate goals and energy independence, not just running plants longer. Slido 2, it showed that regulatory compliance and safety assessment as the most critical success factor, and Marta reinforced this, reminding us safety is the foundation for everything. Slido 3, we had our word cloud. Some of the words that came up, planning, safety, were the key things to make or break LTO projects, reflecting the key balance Europe must maintain as echoed by our panel. Now, this discussion, it really has made clear that long-term operation is about ensuring safety, security, affordability, and trust during Europe's low-carbon transition. Jan emphasized as well that lifetime extensions matter only if safety and performance are responsibly delivered. Now, in short, lifetime extensions intersect Europe's goals for energy security, climate action, and economic stability, and require collaboration across all stakeholders. Some of the key words throughout this conversation that I heard were security, safety, proud, the cheapest way, and converse together and have better cooperation. So the key takeaways, sharing lessons strengthens LTO programs, safety and oversight are non-negotiable, economic sustainability and innovative financing are essential, and trust and transparency with communities underpin all of this success. So we're coming to the end of a very full and productive day. It's my pleasure now to invite the Deputy Director General of DG ENEF at the European Commission, Mr. Massimo Gariba, to deliver the closing remarks of ENEF 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's been interesting 2 days, and let me start by making a reflection on the host country. Because, first of all, because they were very kind with us. We had a very interesting set of visits yesterday and very good discussions. But I think there is one thing which took my fantasy, which is the fact that, as Prime Minister has said, this is a small country. Nevertheless, it is a country which is involved in all aspects of a nuclear strategy. Look at it. They operate a fleet. They are thinking to build new third-generation reactors. They are projecting themselves into AMRs, and they are taking care of the legacy in a complete and responsible way. I think this is something that should make a number of people reflect on how, indeed, a small country, it's not the United States of America, can actually, take care of itself and project itself forward. So, congratulations for that. I think it's good. Now, we heard a little bit what the Commission is doing and has been doing. We heard about the pink. Everybody seems to like this color in this room. We are looking forward to a number of additional papers that need to come out, and they have to be a little bit forward-looking, but a little bit practical as well. There is the SMR strategies. I mean, I like to say a number of things on SMRs, which I don't repeat here, but I think that the key is real deployment. And we need to move into deployment for that, and we need to see how best we can support it. And in this sense, the paper that will come out on the SMRs is an important one. Looking forward, we are also preparing a European fusion strategy, and we are looking at the radioisotope sector. So these are things which are, maybe look in different areas, but somehow they complement the picture of what is happening into the nuclear sector. Now, we heard a lot, and I'm not going to make a summary of what you said today, because you had the rapporteurs and so on and so forth. I mean, this is all fine, but I will maybe take a couple of hints which come out of the discussion. We heard a lot about safety and security. What we didn't hear is the fact that the safety and security of nuclear installations in the world has entered a different era. And I think this deserves a very careful reflection. I will not cite what you all have in mind, but I think that we need to very carefully reflect on how to handle this kind of crisis situation and how to react to them. It's difficult because there are different ways of looking at it, and we can play different roles depending on the situations in which we find ourselves. But let's keep this in mind, that this is not a subject which is going to be closed very easily, and it is a subject that will continue to pose challenges. Then we heard from Mr. Brunetti how uncivilized we are about the back end. Yes and no. I think that we are becoming more civilized about the back end. I think that, again, we have very successful examples which are coming online, but we need to increase the sense of urgency on what needs to be done on the back end. Not because it's unsafe, because it is a societal duty to do that. So I think that it's, again, something that we need to keep in mind. Then there is a thing that I liked a lot in this ENEF, and it's new, which is the fact that we had young people here that spoke about the way that they see things, and I heard Professor Schlugen saying we need to trust the next generation. If we don't trust the next generation, we're all dead. I mean, this is obvious. I mean, we need to pass it on, empower the people, and make sure that they bring things forward. And the faster it happens, the better it is for our society, if you want my personal take on this. And especially because this European society is aging very quickly. So I think that we need to be conscious of this and moving on. Then we had a nice interjection on the issue of financing and so on and so forth. I think that this is the thing that everybody talks about, financing. My question is, are we sure that we know how to? Let's imagine that we had all this money. Are we sure that we are able really to spend it properly? I actually think that if I look at certain emerging things, I mentioned SMRs, I mentioned fusion, and so on and so forth. I'm not so sure that throwing money at the problem will actually solve this. It's not the first time I say this at ENEF, but I would invite at a very careful reflection on what is actually needed and for what. The last thing that I want to say is about the supply chain. And I think that what I have seen emerging in these past few years is actually an understanding that in order to unleash a new wave of construction, the attention has to be concentrated on having a productive supply chain, because a productive supply chain makes things happen faster, makes things happen cheaper, improves the competitiveness, and improves the security. Once you have the plants, you can have the parts, and so on and so forth. I think this is something that people need to reflect a lot about, and I think that there is a big role for the large utilities to ensure that they create and support a supply chain which can work independently of where certain technologies will come from. So I think that with these points, I want to conclude the current edition of ENEF. I think that the discussion was rich. I think that the format in which ENEF has been put on still suffers some issues. I think we have still an exponential decay of participants in the afternoon. So we will need, the time constant is the one of Technetium, I was checking, it's around 6 hours. So this is more or less what has been happening in this room. So I think this also gives room for thought in the organizations of next meeting. But of course I have to thank everyone that has been here, but most of all everyone who is still here. And I wish you a very nice end of ENEF and see you in Prague next year. Thank you very much.